the roll.
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Yep.
Present.
Roscoe, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Enos,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
Locarno.
Present. Thank you. All right, we'll resume the evening's council meeting with item 3.4, the preliminary review of documentation for COVID-19 related costs. Is this Joe?
This is me.
Hi, Joe. Welcome.
Hello. So good evening, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Gitanjali Mandrakar, Brittany Harvey, and Marisa Lynn from my office. We're here to present our preliminary review of documentation for COVID-19 related costs to support receipt of emergency public assistance through the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund. I know there's a lot of things behind us, so hopefully we'll be brief. This work is just first off, this work's a bit different than our regular performance audits. The work has a narrower focus. We're primarily looking at whether we've documented and justified our emergency related costs such that we don't have to remit funds back to the federal government or deny a reimbursement later. And under the city's emergency operations plan, we're charged, our office is charged with supporting the administration with cost recovery oversight. And our work today has been under that umbrella, and we've been working in that capacity with the Emergency Operations Center's recovery branch since March. So this is our second report out on our work. The first was our preliminary review of controls to document recovery costs, which we issued back in May. At that time, the city had established a recovery documentation plan, created specific emergency-related pay codes within the city's human resource management system, or PeopleSoft, and instituted other controls as well. We also noted where additional work was to be done, including implementation of the accounting structure in the city's financial management system, or FMS, to better track expenses, and of course, the actual collection of documentation around procurements, including invoices, justification for purchases, and other documents. As you know, the city was awarded $178 million of Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF, assistance through the CARES Act. This is the largest source of the nearly $300 million in emergency assistance that the city will or could receive from the federal or state governments. And under CRF guidelines, the U.S. Treasury requires direct or prime recipients like San Jose to submit quarterly reports on CRF spending. In July, the first interim report on spending was due, and the city identified and reported around $63 million in CRF spending between March 1st and June 30th, or just over a third of the overall CRF spending available. The objective of this audit was to review the actual documentation gathered in support of those expenses that were included in that interim report. So I do want to note that the $63 million included in that report didn't necessarily reflect all potential CRF expenses during that period. It was just the amount that had been identified as of the date of the report. And of course, there have been other expenses that may be reimbursed through other programs, other grant programs, including FEMA eligible programs, housing programs through HUD, or some other state programs. So overall, what we found is that the city has processes to document justified emergency expenses. Greater consistency in how they are used will be important to maximize potential reimbursements. I do want to note that we did not find instances where costs appear to be inappropriate. Of the $63 million reported by the city, $58 million were for personnel costs. And there are a couple of things to note about these. And first, labor costs were primarily for fire and police department personnel, about $40.6 million from fire and about $5.6 from police. And under CRF guidance, there's a presumption that payroll costs for public safety employees are related to the public health emergency, so these seem appropriate, though the city still must maintain records and documentation around payroll costs. Next, early in the emergency, payroll distributed timekeeping guidance to staff on how to enter their emergency-related time into PeopleSoft, which the city is using as the primary record for emergency-related labor expenses. Staff are required to document details of their work, location, and the start and end times in the comment sections of their biweekly time cards. However, nearly a third of the comments that we reviewed did not include start and end times for emergency work, and though this is not explicitly included in the CRF guidance, it is, however, part of the city's internal timekeeping guidelines. A small percentage, just about 1% of total entries, didn't include required comments or were coded incorrectly. So during our work, we brought these issues up with the leadership within the Finance Recovery Branch, and they intend to publish a reminder to city staff and the city's timekeepers about the details required in PeopleSoft. Supplies, contracted services, equipment, and other labor or non-labor expenses totaled about $4.6 million, split between different program areas, including homeless sheltering and support, food and necessities distribution, remote work facilitation, and others. Again, I want to note there have been additional costs in these areas. The administration only included those they had specifically identified for CRF reimbursement at the time. So the city is using its financial management system, or FMS, as well as SharePoint and a few other designated systems to store documentation surrounding those costs. In our review, we noted considerable variation in how expenses are documented. For example, expenses or invoices, expense approvals, and other required documents are stored in multiple locations and not always linked to actual expenses in FMS, which can make it difficult to track down justifications for some expenses. This is primarily a result of, one, not having the standardized documentation processes in place at the beginning of the emergency.
You're logging in on your personal computer?
And two, the urgent pace and scope of the emergency response made it difficult to train everyone up on what and how they were expected to document activities. So overall, as I noted at the beginning, we didn't find any inappropriate expenditures, but more consistency in how we're documenting costs will be important moving forward. Also, the Finance Recovery Branch have noted they intend to continue to analyze and reconcile the amounts in FMS so that all the expenditures are accounted for and documented correctly. We did note a few other areas of risk that we continue to monitor. So the first is that the city's approach around procurements has been to adhere to FEMA guidelines to maximize reimbursement flexibility, as FEMA has provided the most comprehensive procurement guidelines to date. Because of the exigent circumstances in the early stages of emergency, we didn't always adhere to those guidelines, and it'll be important we clearly document the justifications for those circumstances. Second, in setting up a countywide food necessities distribution network, the city has incurred expenses outside of San Jose. And as I believe will be described in the next agenda item, the city is in the process of negotiating agreements with some of the other jurisdictions around that work. We also highlight a couple of areas where improved controls can be helpful. So first, during the wildfires, the city provided masks to city staff because of the unhealthy air quality as required by state guidelines. And better tracking moving forward for PPE for COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 purposes will be important, such that expenses are properly tracked against the programs. Also, improving vehicle usage logs can be helpful if the city later seeks reimbursement for such costs. So we don't have any recommendations in this report, so an administration response is not included in the memo. We worked closely with the Finance Recovery Branch during the audit, and their feedback as well as their expected next steps were incorporated directly into the memo. I ask that you accept the report, and we are happy to answer any questions. Luz Cafresi-Howe is also here from the Recovery Branch to answer any questions you may have for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Luz, as well, for all your team's work and getting all this documentation together for the very important reimbursements. We know it matters an enormous amount when we're trying to find resources to do this very essential work. We'll now hear public comment on item 3.4, preliminary review of documentation for COVID-19 relating costs. I see nobody raising their hands. We'll come back to council. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question. So the money is in the that was reviewed isn't all of the money, correct?
Correct. So in fact, there was a,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
the city submitted a second report, an updated report in September, which added another $8.3 million in expenses. So it was just the amounts that they were able to identify at that point, in which they identified as CRF. That's where they wanted to use the which bucket of money they wanted to use.
Great, thank you. And I don't know if this is a question for you or for Jim or Lee, but will our next report out? It would be really helpful, considering that these funds are to address COVID, that we could have a report out on which zip codes these COVID funds, CRF, is going into. I realize that FEMA is another issue, but we have parts of the city that have been impacted in different ways, and we should be able to reflect that in our next report out. And then I had another question in terms of the money. So we're still trying to figure out what is reimbursable from FEMA, what we can use for CRF. And then we have some other state funds. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's additional, there's different buckets of money. In fact, in what you're questioning, or we're still trying to figure it out, I believe, and Luce can correct me on this, the U.S. Treasury just came out with, just today or yesterday, an additional updated frequently asked questions guidance on the CRF dollars. So this is part of the complication, is that the guidance just keeps coming out, and so they're recalibrating as we move along. And Luce, do you have anything to say on that?
Sure. On September 22nd, Jim presented a rebalancing the CRF. As Lee had mentioned in an item prior, we intend to come back with you to you in November to basically report out how the spending has gone. Because if you remember, the CRF money expires effectively December 30th, 2020. And so we'll be coming back to you in November with sort of a first look at what any movement for that particular pot of money needs to be. And then we'll come back again in December for final action on that. As far as other sources of funding are concerned, the September 22nd presentation had, I believe, over $300 million, if I remember right. If it's still around, I think it was 307. Around 11 million of that, 11.4 million that was local. So 11 of that was coming from continuity of operations or general fund. The rest of that was state and federal dollars. So money is coming from a variety of different places for the COVID-19 related effort. Thank you,
Luce. And so when do we know, do we have a date on when that will come back to us in November?
I think we're targeting the third week of November as a verbal update as a part of 3.1. And then the budgetary actions that we would need to take before the end of the year, we're targeting the last council meeting in December.
Okay. 15th. Okay. And so the reason I'm asking is I know that we're trying to balance a lot of different things. I, was very active early in this process and understand that the Senate and the House and everybody negotiating in Washington, D.C. At one point, they were negotiating a retroactive change to CRF funds, which would have been horrible for us as a city. And so I understand that it's a fast-moving target. But the reason I'm asking is I think we still have a lot of needs, and we're still also trying to balance what might be coming in winter related to the pandemic, as well as, frankly, we have a lot of needs from landlords and renters. A lot of families are facing a lot of despair about upcoming moratoria, and I pray every single day that the federal government does something about it, because it's beyond our ability to negotiate nationally with banks. And so I do hope that some of those funds, once we have it all worked out, knock on wood, whatever that means, that we can really go back and assess those different needs with what we have, particularly like with the 6.25 issue with FEMA. If they do negotiate where we do not have to pay that, then we have an ability to really help the landlords and the renters or address other needs in our community. And so related to that, this is a question for Lee. So we have an election a couple of weeks away, and we don't know what's going to happen in the White House and the Senate. How soon after that could we get an update from our lobbyists in DC in terms of how things might shake out? I know people are talking about it now, but I really think it'll become real after Election Day, or I hope. Yeah. So how soon after that can we get an update from our lobbyists?
I think fairly quickly, from what I've heard thus far. If there is a change in the administration, that transition team is actually starting to think through that right now. I've heard that the thoughts they have around it are much closer to the speaker's package, but not exactly. So that was a very good package for us. What I have heard is, and why I had my comments earlier, that is, as Kip and I do some of the forward planning, we are very worried about January and February and the winter months and the need still being there. And in all likelihood, we wouldn't have money the first day, if a new president was sworn in. From what we've heard, the vice president, kind of lessons learned from the Obama administration, has really thought, one fell swoop, one large package dealing with kind of a CARES Act, a stimulus package, and possibly like robust infrastructure package should all go together as one, as opposed to chunking it up. So that could take a few weeks, if not, a month or two. And so that's why that rebalancing for us is going to be critically important, as we, kind of allocate some of the money of CRF to personal services to keep us going through January and February, because the food needs, our at-risk population, are still going to have the same needs then that they have now, if not more, quite frankly, depending on kind of the path of this virus. So I think we're going to try and link up kind of the political reality of Washington, D.C. post-election with kind of our financial needs, and kind of resources that we have on hand for you guys as we go into December. But it's something that our lobbyists now are actively engaged in with governors and mayors, throughout the country.
Okay, great. Thank you. I look forward to it. I know it's a very, very fluid situation. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. And, I know our emergency preparedness has, suffered for a long time. But after we moved the function out to the city manager's office, under the leadership of Ray and his team, along with our staff, in various departments, we've done a tremendous amount of work to improve our ability to handle emergencies and disaster situations, as I've been really proud of the effort that we've undertaken here. I do have some lingering questions. You said that there was no report back from staff. And so what are steps that are being taken to address the concerns that you raised in your report? For example, on page 8, some departments have more detailed information and timekeeping guidance with examples of ideas, comments, and how to meet the federal and city requirements. Does each department have to come up with these procedures, or are they, centrally controlled, or will they be centrally controlled? And I just want to know what steps are being taken to ensure that every department is giving appropriate examples, appropriate examples, and how to provide the same high level of quality, detailed information.
I can take the first part, and I would kind of defer to Luce if she has anything to add. So some of what we were seeing is just the result of just the nature of the emergency. So the city did come up with timekeeping guidelines. They did come up with this. There were some emergency procurement guidelines already in place, but the scale and the scope of the emergency and the number of people that were activated across all of the departments, it just created the situation where a lot of the on-the-ground leadership was kind of spread out across branches, across departments, which inevitably leads to some variability, which is what we're seeing. Again, on the labor side, it's the piece that we saw the largest discrepancy was on the start and end times. And as I tried to note, those are CRF, they may not necessarily be CRF guidelines, but they're the internal city guidelines. So maybe we need to kind of think about how we do that. And then we do need to circle back with the timekeepers and staff, just reiterating what the expectations are. And on the documentation side for like the non-labor pieces, again, it's just working through the different branches with the departments to nailing this stuff down and make sure everybody's on the same page. It really was partially a function of just the scale and the scope, because I know in my own department, I have people in a few different branches, and I'm approving their timesheet, and that's the way it is across the organization. I don't know if Luce or has anything really to.
No, I think that really covers it. We have been providing consistent direction, and I think everyone just needs a refresher. And so we will be providing with that. We also need to circle back with our timekeepers. And our timekeepers are individuals in each of the departments that review all the timesheets. So they're not necessarily the people who are approving the timesheets, but they are reviewing them for consistency and accuracy and completeness. And so we will visit with that group again as well to basically remind them of all the information that we require as part of the timesheets.
So what I'm hearing is that you're kind of, doing the training, or is there like a standardization process coming, like, here's the standard we want you to follow kind of thing?
We are actually going ahead and standardizing this, standardizing these sorts of directions and information and documentation requirements for any given emergency. And so part of the work that we're doing in the finance recovery group is standardizing how we approach an emergency, whether it's small or large, how we do timesheets. So for example, we sent out for the recent wildfires, the California 2020 wildfires, that FEMA has just declared as an eligible project, so we can submit our expenditures for that for approval and potential reimbursement. We had put into place a set of distinct coding in our PeopleSoft system to collect that information regarding time. And so when we did that, we sent out a standard instructions, basically that, for lack of a better term, searches and replaces COVID-19 with California wildfires 2020. So folks are doing the same process, they're just doing it for a different emergency. And so we're doing that in all areas of the finance recovery work, in standardizing how we collect documents, how we collect time, how we purchase. And so that's also taking a little bit of time.
Okay. Well, thank you again, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I'm just concerned that I just want to make sure that we're going to be reimbursed for as much as we can, and that's the reason for my questions. If nobody else has made the motion to accept the report, I will. So motion to accept the report.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion. Joe, I just had a question, and maybe this is really more for you, Luce. About page 7, there's a reference to the fact about a third of the time cards didn't have times on them, which I guess is an existential question. Is a time card if there's no time recorded? I would have assumed that that would be something that would be kind of computer generated or automated, as in many systems, right? So there's no question about what time anyone checked in or checked out or whatever. Why isn't it?
Well, perhaps we need to get a little bit more into the woods on this one, and forgive me for doing so, but
It's okay.
she is actually collecting hours. So if I work 3 hours on a particular topic, I put down I've worked 3 hours on a particular topic. But
Right.
there's a comment section that I say I worked from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock on COVID-19 CRF reporting. And while the first part is not missing, in other words, we're capturing the number of hours that people are working on, we're not consistently capturing what they were doing in those 3 hours, because that information is captured in the comment sheet.
I see.
So that's what we're talking about. That's what, and Joe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what,
No,
so the
that's exactly right.
commentary.
It's the details that we're missing in a few places.
Got it. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, we'll move then from the documentation of how we're spending money to what we're spending money on. Item 3.5 are actions related to agreements for food distribution and related services.
This is Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. Give me just a second to get the presentation the way it's supposed to be. And I'll flip my settings here so you don't have to read all my notes. Good afternoon, again, Mayor and Council and members of the public and city staff. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager and EOC Director. Along here with me today is, of course, Dolan Beckel, our Civic Innovation Director, come EOC Food Branch Director, and CJ Ryan, who is the wizard behind the curtain on the administrative work of our EOC Food Branch. Bottom line, food insecurity has almost doubled in Santa Clara County during COVID, and widespread food insecurity persists today as a result of the pandemic, the ongoing threat of wildfires, and the economic downturn. Fortunately, we avoided a major food crisis by collaborating with our food network partners to scale our response and apply innovative principles as we built a new business in less than 5 weeks. Today, we will provide a recommendation to extend key contracts with 5 of our food network partners to support our food distribution programs during COVID and to bridge us to a necessary competitive process. So this is my one slide. It's fairly dense, but I'll go quickly. As a reminder, the city accepted responsibility to coordinate county-wide food distribution on March 16th, 2020 at the request of the county. Since then, and through the efforts of city staff and our many, many community partners, including the amazing Second Harvest and the County Office of Education, we have worked to distribute over 68 million meals, 68 million meals to food insecure families and individuals. And as a reminder, we were doing about 875 meals a week as a city before that. So we've learned a lot. We have done this with 3 primary objectives. 1, feed our most vulnerable. 2, maximize the existing food network. And 3, scale for the potential of a widespread food crisis. So we are not yet out of the woods from either the pandemic or the economic crisis. And we need to continue these contracts and these funding to mitigate the effects of food insecurity in our community. We have transitioned successfully the responsibility and accountability for countywide food coordination back to the county as of October 1st. And as part of that transition, the county has taken on the role of coordinating within the food ecosystem partners and direct service providers, including the city of San Jose, to ensure food security at the county level. The county has asked, and the city EOC has accepted, a request to provide direct services for 2 specific programs countywide through the end of 2020. The Great Plates Delivered program, which provides restaurant meals, often appropriately sourced ethnic restaurant meals to some of our most vulnerable, and Vulnerable Homeless Isolation Quarantine Meal program that makes sure that those who need to isolate or quarantine are able to be fed, which is in coordination with the Housing Department and the County Office of Supported Housing. Again, the county has asked that we do those on a countywide basis, and we are working on agreements with them around both of those. So to support these services and in an effort to maximize FEMA reimbursement, we are in the process of transitioning to 2 competitive procurements, one for meal and grocery delivery and one for temporary shelter meal delivery. So we'll be coming back to the council in November with the awards of those solicitations. However, we need a solution for the gap that was created between the expiration of the contracts and when we're going to be able to do this competitive award. So that's what we're bringing to you here today. Bottom line, we recommend that these 5 providers and the extension of the contracts will enable us to continue to provide food and necessities to individuals within the city and county experiencing food insecurity and other impacts due to the pandemic. So specifically, we're recommending to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute final extensions, or extensions of contracts rather, with 5 food service providers: Catholic Charities, Hunger at Home, Team San Jose, the Health Trust, and World Central Kitchen, all of whom we've been working with since the very early days. I had the opportunity to personally reach out and speak with each one of the directors or CEOs of these organizations to check in, let them know about this approach and the retroactive nature of the approach, and to thank them each for the amazing work that they've done. So recognizing them again, and the leadership, Greg Kemferly, the CEO of Catholic Charities, Yul Sterner, with Hunger at Home, who's just doing amazing work. Our own Team San Jose with John LaFortune, the Health Trust with Michelle Liu, and World Central Kitchen's Nate Mook. So the agreements we have here would extend the term date through December 2020 for all agreements, except for World Central Kitchens, which would be extended to January 9th, 2021. And again, we'd recommend the agreements would come back in November would supersede some of these. Staff is also recommending not to exceed compensations amounts be increased for Hunger at Home, Team San Jose, and the Health Trust, while maintaining the previous limits for Catholic Charities and World Central Kitchen, which we feel balances up and trues this up with what we actually need based on a great deal of experience at this point in time. So again, it was a reminder, the scope of these agreements are to provide groceries, prepared meals, frozen meals to individuals who need it most, those that are in temporary sheltered, unsheltered, isolated, medically vulnerable, low income, higher risk, older individuals, 60 plus, and for the administration of Governor Newsom and Cal OES's Great Plates Delivered program. Additionally, a recommended action includes adopting a funding sources resolution and appropriation, essentially to balance us out. And we anticipate, as Lee has mentioned earlier, that the need for food and necessities distribution to extend beyond 2020. Therefore, given a funding source, we have the ability in these contracts to extend these terms, if necessary, all the way through December 2021. So this concludes my one slide presentation on this. And with that, we're ready for questions or happy to listen to any discussion and action you may take. Thank you very much. I believe you may be muted, Mayor.
Thank you,
And
Rick.
Mayor, sorry, while you, oh, I apologize. While you were muted, Mayor, I need to recuse myself from the vote on the
Okay.
health trust. So if we can get maybe a motion on that maybe first, and I'll stay
Why
out.
don't we come back from let's see here. Yeah, I think you can sit here through public comment, and then we can segregate the motions. Is that right, Nora?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll take public comment, then we'll take a motion, and then we'll separately take the health trust motion at the end. And that way, then Councilor Paus can recuse himself. Kip, thank you, and thank you to the work of the entire team for the distribution of 68 million meals, at least as of the last count, I think sometime in August or so. That's a lot of people who critically needed help. All right, we'll start with Dell 2020. This is public comment on item 3.5 regarding to food distribution agreements. Dell 2020, appears your device is muted right now, so we're not able to hear you. If you could unmute your device, we'll be able to hear you, Dell 2020. Okay, let's try Tessa Woodmansee, and we can come back to the other person.
Okay, good. Thank you. Basically, like the expression says, you teach a man to fish, he'll never go hungry. The same thing has got to happen with our food production, that we need to create a food production, that we need to grow our own food here locally. That we have to start doing that as we go towards a fossil fuel free. We have to do that. We have to grow food on any land that is, any private land and any public land that is undeveloped. We need to grow food or native gardens so we can bring back nature, because we are even losing our insects and our pollinators and our birds. And so we have to save nature. That's what we have to do. And so this has to stop. We have to stop developing. And what the science is saying is that we need any land that's undeveloped needs to go back to nature, and for food production ideally. And then it goes on to state that like I'm saying, the idea would be that all of our lands that are open, in our front yards and our backyards, we need to grow food. And this is what we need to start doing. And we need to engage our youth involved in this so that they can be helping solve our problems and working together towards food security, because that is a big problem with climate crisis. There are three issues. There's food security, there's housing, and there's public transit. And we have to really look at that. And that has to be a major change in everything that we do. We have to be full stop and, not just, slowing down our climate and slowing down our fossil fuel use. It needs to be full stop. And that means becoming hyper-local, and that's growing our food. And one of the other things is our suburbs, which is South San Jose, we need to move into the core, and then that can become our greater agricultural spaces, is right there in South San Jose as we move in. And so that's where our transit is mostly bicycles, and we have to get our bicycles.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, the person with the phone number ending 5140. person with the number ending 5140, you're.
Yeah, yeah, you always cut me off, Sam, if I'm not right on point. But Tessa can call up with the same dialogue for the last few hours, and it doesn't matter what the subject is. So
Sure,
why do you
I don't control
discriminate
I don't control the mic.
Yeah, you do. Well, then who's turning me off then? Who's turning me off? Tell me. Tell me.
A minute and 25 seconds.
All right, well, look at 25 seconds, fill the potholes, pave the roads, fill the potholes, pave the roads.
Would you
fill
like
the
to speak
potholes,
on the
pave
subject
the
of
roads.
food
Yeah.
distribution
Yeah,
agreement?
look at, just Sam, listen to me. Listen to me. You're the only one who's ever thanked the taxpayer. The rest of you never do. Okay? You guys need to fix the roads, pave the roads.
So would you
fix
like
the
to speak on the food distribution agreements? We're on item 3.5. We're accepting
Oh,
public.
what?
comment on
Give
food
free,
distribution
free
agreements.
food for people? No. You know what? No free food for anybody. They should maybe work, and they wouldn't have to get free food. How about that? All this free food, got diabetes going through the roof in this town, and you want to hand out more food? I've never seen so many people who are in need of a diet during the COVID crisis. People are dying because they have diabetes, other obesity conditions. You want to give out more food? Maybe you should give out less. If anything, you're going to give out food, give out some celery and carrots or something, because you know and I know that diabetes is a major problem in America, and especially in this town. They're opening up new diabetes centers everywhere. So no, you know what? No more free food.
All right, thank you. Returning back to council. Councilmember Rawls.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I actually don't have any comments or anything. I wanted to make the mention of recusing myself, and so I have to recuse myself because my wife is an employee of the Health Trust.
Right.
So, but I understand we're going to take up the rest of the items first, so I'll vote on this. So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation sans the contract with the Health Trust.
All right.
Second.
Is there a second from Councilmember Esparza? Councilmember Esparza, you're next.
That was me, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I think we double did it. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I think you heard
that's
both.
fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Councilmember Arenas can second the motion. No, I actually, we have been doing a lot of essential work during this pandemic, whether it's baby wipes or baby formula or diapers, and food is been really critical. And I just wanted to thank everyone for all of the hard work. It's essentially has stood up a multi-million-dollar effort, corporation, right? A distribution effort in a short amount of time, and has frankly saved lives. And so I'm very, very grateful. I know I have a lot of the food distribution sites in my district. And not only are we saving lives from people going hungry, because food insecurity has doubled, but now with the reports that we see tying food insecurity and COVID infections, we are saving lives that much more. So I just wanted to thank everyone. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work, and it's really been an amazing effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I'm really proud of the efforts we have had in feeding our community, many of them who would have gone hungry without it. And our children, our seniors, our unhoused, many people who would not have access to food, vegetables, proteins, the thing they need to survive. I'm very proud of the efforts. I'm amazed that it's actually 68 million meals. That's incredible. Can you tell me, Kip, how many we're distributing weekly now?
Dolan can probably get the exact number. I think we're at about
Dolan,
2.4 million a week, I think is about where we were last time I dove into the dashboard. Dolan?
Yeah, that's exactly right. As of last week, we were averaging 2.2 million a week.
Okay, I'm completely in support of this, but I do have a couple of questions regarding reimbursement from FEMA. How does that work? Do we have to wait till December 31st to apply for reimbursement? Do we have to wait till the pandemic is over, which may not happen for months, a year, I don't know. How do we actually get money for the work that we are doing from FEMA?
I'll say one comment, and then Dolan will give you more of the details. The actual
Okay.
amount and the program that FEMA is reimbursing for is extremely narrow. And in fact, one of the big kind of policy conflicts we have with FEMA is that we believe they've overly narrowly drawn that line. So with that kind of framing, I want to hand it to Dolan to give you the specifics of how we're doing the FEMA reimbursement.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to play third-party handoff to Luz, who I think can explain it much better than I can at this point. I'm focused on operationally getting it out there and getting the data to Luz. Then Luz does the magic on the reimbursement side.
I actually wanted to watch him do this, but since he's deferred it to me, I'll be good. So anyway, we have already put in an application for some FEMA reimbursement. And so that went in around May for about $10 million through the period of, I think it was July 20th. We are going to proceed and put in another one for, once again, this very restricted group program, COVID-19 related. FEMA is very, very strict in who we can provide food for. And so we'll be putting that in the next couple of weeks. The emergency itself has been extended through March 20th, 2021. I don't remember the exact date. So we have the ability to apply for food reimbursement, once again, for this limited population up to that date. So we will continue to put in applications or amend our applications until they stop saying yes.
So have they actually written us checks back to reimburse us, or have they, that's one thing, which would be a good thing. The other is, have they denied any of the claims that we've submitted yet, or the requests that we made?
What they have done, our original request back in May was for $10 million. They have reduced that in half and obligated it. And what that is a commitment for when they obligate money, it is a commitment that they will give us this amount of money, which in that case will be $5 million, if we can provide sufficient documentation for that. And so we also have the opportunity to go back and say, we did ask for the $10 million. We do have additional supporting documentation for that amount, and they can reimburse us for that full amount. And it's the same process for any additional amounts of money that we apply for. And for now, for anything after, I'm sitting here thinking it was July 2020 all the way through March 2021.
Okay, great, thank you. Then I have some questions regarding the agreements that we have with other cities and outside agencies. I know your report was detailed about the county, but how are the negotiations? It said that we would pursue negotiations with Milpitas, Morgan Hill, and Gilroy later. Why are we waiting on that? Is there any hesitation? What's the status of those negotiations?
So there's Dolan Beckel here, director of the food branch. So we are continuing discussions with all the agencies. We've had about all of them complete. City Manager Dave Sykes and Deputy City Manager Angel Rios have been having the initial discussions, and then I've been following up with them. Kind of where we stand are, we had to make some policy decisions about how we were invoicing the cities for those fully loaded costs, before those cities would then enter into the agreement and take it to their city council for approval. And as time has gone on, as we refined our estimates, fortunately the size of the burden of the other 14 jurisdictions has decreased. So that's actually been good that we probably waited, because they'll be going to council with a more reasonable, their councils with a more reasonable number. So there are no roadblocks in the way, other than at this point in time, getting all the data from all of our food vendors, generating the invoices, and then working with each 14 city managers to put together the negotiate and execute to take to their city councils.
Dave, did you want to?
No, actually, Dolan covered it in the conversations that I've had and the Angels had, and even Dolan with the other cities has been very positive. Obviously, they want to understand that the cost of the meals is associated with their residents. And so there's a lot of detailed work that needs to be done. But I would say that the other cities have been extremely appreciative of the role that the city of San Jose has played. And as Dolan mentioned, as we've been able to refine the numbers, that financial picture's looked a lot better for each of those cities as a result. So I think we're on a very positive track. I will admit it's taking quite a while, but we're not here telling you that we're seeing any red flags or concerns. I think we're on a very positive track at this point.
That's really good to hear, because the city of San Jose has been very generous in its efforts in working in creating this distribution pathway and distributing 68 millions across the county. So it's really good to hear that our partner cities are recognizing that generosity and not pushing back on negotiations with us. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
And just to build on Councilman Foley's point, as you know, I'm on a Zoom call every Saturday morning with the mayors of the cities in the county, with the county as well. And I know Angel joined us for a discussion a couple weeks ago, talk about food distribution. Please let me know how I can follow up if you start to encounter roadblocks. I think it's different approaches, both of the elected officials as well as the city management. Councilmember Carrasco.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to thank staff for, I've said this before, and since the pandemic started, I'm very proud of all of the work that all of you are doing. It's not an easy moment in our history, and by no means has it been an easy time in the city of San Jose. These are extremely challenging times, and it seems like every time we think that we've turned a corner, we're faced with yet another challenge. And of course, the biggest challenge that we saw immediately was the shutdown of the economy. And unlike many of us who get to work from home, who get to telecommute, who have the advantages of direct deposit, many of the families that we're feeding don't get that benefit. They don't have that kind of privilege. And I want to address a couple of things that one of the callers continues to say repeatedly. And again, I don't tend to address the callers and their comments. I don't like to do that. But I think I'm very appreciative of his comments and every time that he calls in. And I wish that he would put his name up, because I'd like to be able to address him and thank him personally, because it's a friendly reminder. It's a friendly reminder of the kind of work that we're facing, which is that we are in a pandemic. This isn't a regular, normal little cold with little sniffles that we can go and take a little bit of Robitussin and we feel better. This is taking and claiming people's lives in more ways than one. First of all, we know that people get it. They may be facing lifelong conditions, even if they survive it, if they're lucky enough to survive it. If they happen to have underlying conditions, or they happen to be of older age, they may suffer even a worse kind of situation, and their families may be dealing with a loss of life of a loved one. And so that's one. The second hit has been the closure of the economy. And that means that these folks who want to go back to work, unlike the person that thinks that they don't, they can't. The businesses are shut down. So where do they go back to work? Where do they work? I just saw a post just a second ago about how Cirque du Soleil just filed bankruptcy. The Symphony in New York and the opera have closed down their doors, as well as Broadway, until 2021. The entertainment industry has taken a hit unlike any other industry, because of course you have to be there in order to enjoy a live show, a concert, to be able to enjoy a movie. And 90% of their labor force has had to be either permanently fired or laid off. So where do they work? If that's been their industry, they're musicians, performers, if they're tech workers, if they're the lighting technicians, if they're the camera people, where do they work? And so we have some individuals who are very specialized in what they do. They can't just go out and find any old job, and they surely can't telecommute. So I just want to thank you for being able to serve our residents in such a humble way. I've seen you out there. I've seen you interacting with people. I've seen our directors and our supervisors. They've humbled themselves as they're facing people eye to eye. Because I think what the pandemic has done is it's humbled all of us to our very, very core. It's taught us that regardless of title, of the suits and ties that we wear, at the core of each and every single one of us, what we have is only our humanity, how we touch each other, whether it's virtually, whether it's through policy, whether it's how we express our sincerest sense of empathy towards people who just can't. It's either this or we let them starve. And I'm grateful that in this moment in time, I'm serving with a council and city staff and a manager who understands that if it's not us, then who will? If we don't step up to the plate, for, God forbid that we leave this in the hands of individuals like the one that keeps calling and saying, let them eat nothing, I guess, carrots and celery, because it is about our humanity. And if nothing else, that's how we're being tested, is how do we help each other out? Because sooner or later, we will need the baby wipes. They're called adult wipes, but we will need them, and hopefully someone will be that compassionate with us. But I want to thank you for being very compassionate with people who cannot currently, who have not, who are struggling to get back on their feet, who are just waiting for the rest of the economy to open up. And the last thing I want to say is, when it comes to the economy, we were not the ones that shut it down. So we were just marching to the orders that were given down to us. We advocated to reopen it. We wanted the orders to be done surgically, not with a blunt instrument. We wanted many other criteria to be taken into account, such as underserved people, people who had no other choice. But we wanted it to be done safely. And we also now understand that as the state opens up, the county still holds a lot of power over us. And the stricter of the guidelines tend to be the ones that supersede and overcome even our desires to open up the economy faster. And so as people are struggling to keep a roof over their heads and over their children's heads and keep food on the table one way or the other, they want to get back to work. And we have to figure out how we're going to do that in the best, most safest possible way, including getting our children back into that classroom where we know they need that stimulation. And it's good for all of us in terms of our mental health. We know this. I know this. I'm raising 3 teenagers all by myself, and we all know what it's all doing to us. So again, my sincerest thank you for the work that you're doing, not just to feed the San Jose residents, but you're feeding the entire county. And I know that that was a huge, gigantic task in and of itself. And to now get the reimbursement that we deserve, that is rightfully ours, I know that you're working on that as well. So thank you so much for making sure that that our coffers get refueled as we move forward. So and to the caller whose name I do not know, and hopefully he will offer it soon enough, I thank you so much. Every time that you call, you remind us of why we're doing our job and who we're serving. And we're serving you as well, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question about the other cities. I know as part of these contracts, for example, with Team San Jose, we are contracting with providers who are out there serving residents outside of the city of San Jose. And I know that obviously we can't go around checking in with 14 other cities to make sure they're kosher with all of it. But is there at least some check-in that we're, at least notifying them who we're contracting with and sort of keeping them in the loop? Because I know it's challenging enough being presented with a bill, but being presented with a bill that you don't know anything about is.
Yeah, we're actually shifting some of that going forward. So I'll have Dolan talk about the shift of these contracts because with the two exceptions, I think we're focusing on San Jose, but I'll make sure that he addresses that so I get that detail correct. Dolan?
Yeah, thanks, Kip. So Mayor, it's a good question. Obviously, in the beginning, as we've said many times, there are a lot of unknowns about the pandemic.
Yeah.
And so it was moved fast. So
yeah, you just did what you had to do.
We did move fast. We knew we couldn't take 7 months to negotiate at 14 interagency agreements, so we moved fast. We did have, and we do continue to have weekly meetings with the cities. The county is still taking that on. I know Dave has meetings with the city managers. So over time, we've been able to communicate more and more. At this point, we're doing almost bottoms up reviews with each city's staff so they understand what's getting invoiced from which providers. Some changes we've made that have really clarified a lot for the cities is, even though it's not a large amount, it's a very important program, the Great Plates Delivered. And it was unclear if we'd have to invoice them the full amount and then work with them for them to get the reimbursement and pay it back to the city. And fortunately, we're about 90% confident we can just invoice them the local share, the 6.25%. So that's made a lot of the cities much more comfortable with the number and that they understand the detail. And so we're basically been working with them to clarify, kind of on an iterative basis, the numbers so that when they go to their own council, none of that will be a surprise.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. I guess that's really the best we can do is make sure nobody gets surprised. Thank you, Dylan. All right, any other comments? All right, let's vote on this first motion from Councilmember Perales.
Perales?
Was that me, Tony?
Oh, Jimenez, you're right. I skipped you, Jimenez.
Thanks for the skip. Yes.
Perales?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Kemmis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now let's consider the remainder of the item with regard to the health trust. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'm not going to guess who got that, but I know Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Foley were neck and neck. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Kemmis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Arenas? Yes.
Thank you.
Foley? Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Aye.
We're going to try to. Everyone can mute themselves, please. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is item 3.8, actions related to purchase orders, removal and disposal of trash, debris, and bio-waste, encampment sites. There is no presentation on this item. We'll go to members of the public for public comment. Again, this is specifically on item 3.8, actions related to purchase orders for removal, disposal of trash, debris, and bio-waste, homeless encampments. All right, Tessa Webensey.
Okay, thank you. Well, just in terms of our homeless population, which is a serious issue in terms of our housing. And so what we really need to look at is how we are saving our public lands, that the council has decided that jobs are where we have to focus on. And that is what really needs to change. We need to change to have housing be our priority so we don't have the issues of homelessness and trash pickup and things like that from these encampments, and the encampments have gotten a lot worse. I mean, people are homeless a lot of them are climate refugees now. And so what we are really needing to do is to focus on housing, and that needs to be the focus instead of jobs, to fund and increase the monies towards the city coffers. We have to focus on housing, and our housing needs to be what they call arc ecology. Arc ecology, meaning that they can be high rises, but every other floor is where we grow food. And it's a beautiful solution to our major problems of food security, and also, to be hyper local, that we build our housing that way. So everything has to go away from the jobs. And across from my home, the general plan is for, a 40-story or maybe 20-story office buildings. That's not the way. Everything is now staying home. We need to stay home, and we need to take care of our home. And so this is what our city needs to focus is on housing. And so our the jobs are not there in terms of in their office buildings. We all are going to start working at home, which is what we need to do to solve our pollution problems, our climate problems. This is what we need to focus on, is housing, not jobs, because we don't need.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, happy evening. Good evening to everyone. For this item, I just wanted to simply think about the ideas of good dialogue. And, pre-COVID and post-COVID, I just hope we're having good dialogue with the homeless community and neighborhoods and the people of the neighborhoods of communities. And good luck in those efforts, and good luck in addressing a new round of trash issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Person with the phone number ending 5140.
Yeah, we got to hear Tessa's rant again. You let it happen again. It's the same one for the last hours. And then Carrasco, I'm privileged. Shame on you. I'm not privileged at all. You're privileged to be able to have the tax revenues that I pay, so
Sir,
you can.
we're speaking specifically on
anytime they want. No, Sam, don't shut me up like that. How dare you do something like that?
So we're speaking on item 3.8, which is related to purchase orders and removal, disposal of trash, debris, and biowaste. All right. Shawnee?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, City Council. This is Shani Kleinhaus from Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Together with Deb Kramer from Keep Curly Creek Beautiful, we sent you a letter. Thank you for allocating funds, $3 million, to provide sanitation services and clean trash from encampments. We wanted to again ask and emphasize how important it is to take care of the rivers. It's a stain on the city's environmental record to have all that trash and all those, the impact to the creeks and everything that lives in them is tremendous and avoidable, I think. And they've become a place that people can't really go to. They're scary and dirty, and please prioritize the creeks for trash removal and sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Foley.
Just to piggyback on Shawnee's comments, I couldn't agree with her more that emphasizing cleanups at our creeks is extremely important. Last Saturday, my team hosted a creek cleanup on Reach 11 of the Guadalupe River. We had 120 volunteers, which included students from many high schools, including Yerba Buena, Andrew Hill, Leland, and Branham High School. They were there to get their community service hours, but they were there to clean up the environment along the creek. We worked for 3 hours. We picked up over 3 tons of debris, and that is only the beginning. It is an environmental issue that needs to be addressed. I know that these funds that are coming today, and I'm really glad that we're hopefully allocating these funds, are not enough. What this will do will help provide sanitation and clean up trash in certain areas, but it will not deal with our creeks at all. So our team, my team in District 9 and others, are very committed to making sure that we work on our waterways within our district. Our work is only partly done. When you look at the trash that we cleaned up, and 3 tons is a lot of debris, it doesn't begin to put a dent into what exists along the creek beds. I do want to take this opportunity to thank first my staff for spending so much time and being involved, and also the city staff, Olympia and others who were very involved in helping us organize this. And because I ranted a little bit, Jim, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks over this particular issue, I think, we got Valley Water to participate, and they graciously donated their compactor truck and staff. We had the police department was there. Captain L. Washburn brought her team, and Sergeant Lau was there to do walkthroughs from the encampments. There was one encampment, but this cleanup was safe. They were, everyone was, we felt safe at all the time. And actually the homeless people, the unhoused people who lived there weren't there at the time. They had maybe knew we were coming and had moved on for the time being. I want to thank Steve Holmes with the South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition and his team for helping to organize it. The Beautify San Jose team with Olympia, and Olympia is coming to speak on my town hall on Monday. Thank you very much, Olympia. The County Office of Roads and Airports, and thank you for all of the volunteers, which includes the Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association President Dave Guthridge and D9 Parks and Rec Commissioner Rudy Flores. I mention this because I want you all to know how volunteers and staff are involved in doing the heavy lifting and cleaning up where we need to, but the work should not be just based on how many volunteers and staff hours we can get. This is a huge problem, and allocating $3 million is just a dent. So I wanted to give a shout out to all of those volunteers who helped us. It was a tremendous success, and everyone, I left feeling very rewarded. It was socially distant. We all had masks on. We had gloves on. We kept as far away from people as we could, and we did really good work. But our work is not done, as I said. I do have some questions for you, Jim, and Olympia, whoever is able to answer. How do we address sites that may not be technically the responsibility of the city? In other words, we have a lot of areas in District 9, and I know this is all over the city, where they're not city property per se, but blight occurs there, trash occurs there, and our neighborhood, our residents, they really don't care as to whose responsibility it is. Each of the council members fields hundreds of calls weekly on trash in their communities, illegal dumpings, abandoned vehicles, abandoned vehicles or working vehicles all over the community. And I know it's not just a District 9 thing. We find that everywhere. But what happens is we have areas such as Almaden Expressway and Highway 85, where there's a big growing encampment that is not San Jose property, but we field the phone calls. And it's very difficult for our staff or for us, because we like to get to yes, to say that's not our territory, it's the state, it's the county, it's Valley Water, it's whoever it is. So how do we work together? What do we do to encourage cooperation with these other agencies?
Yeah, so Councilmember Foley, thanks for the question. It's a good one. And it's, heart of the matter here in terms of how do we try and get San Jose clean. And I really view it that we have 3 areas that we're focused on. And it really creates a pretty massive workload to really address them. One is our city properties in our neighborhoods, ones that we own, on our streets, our trails, those things that we clearly are responsible for completely. And the monies that we have tonight are going to those sites. We reported to the council on September 1st. We have about 200 of those sites. 150 are in that tier 3 that need kind of that very heavy cleaning, heavy duty cleaning. That's what tonight's action is focused on. We own them. We have to deal with them. This action tonight is aimed at dealing with them. We also have 2 other areas. We have all of the interagency properties in the city that are Caltrans owned, Union Pacific owned, Valley Water owned, County Roads and Airports, VTA, PG&E, et cetera. I've formed an interagency team, and we're kind of redoubling our efforts with all of those agencies. It's a massive undertaking as well, because they're under-resourced to try and do this job, but we recognize we have to partner with them. We have to leverage their activities. So we're working with them. We've had a number of meetings with Valley Water about the memorandum of agreement that we have that was focused on abatements. We're trying to do kind of an adjustment to that, given we're in a essentially a no abatement time frame right now for the most part. So we're trying to see if we can do an adjustment to focus on cleanups. And Valley Water has initiated cleanups of their properties along the Guadalupe, starting towards the south end of our city at Blossom Hill and kind of heading north. That's an example. I'm starting workshops with Caltrans as well. We have a series of 4 workshops in October, November, and December to see if we can work out a formal interagency agreement with Caltrans. So to make a short story long, we're working with a lot of agencies to try and replicate some of the work that we're doing now on the over 200 city properties where we have encampments and trash to deal with. The third area are the creeks, particularly down inside the creek channel itself. The monies tonight will address adjacent areas where we have encampments that are the city's responsibility that are adjacent to creeks. Some of these funds will go towards cleaning them up. It won't go down into the creek channel and be dealing with that aspect of it. That's something that we're partnering and talking with Valley Water. How do we do that more effectively? But the creeks are a third area. And the small team that you're seeing working on this is trying to develop a proactive, systematic model to address all 3 of those areas. But the reality is we're trying to prioritize and develop this as we go. It's a massive undertaking. I can't underscore the complexity and the priority. We are working through all of them. Tonight is an important step in getting us the resources to really focus in on those city properties. We are simultaneously, though, trying to work the other areas. I will be reporting to the Rules Committee on October 28th, a week from Wednesday, to follow up on a request to work with Caltrans and other agencies. So I will be reporting to the Rules Committee next week on our interagency work with a specific focus on Caltrans, but recognizing that does cover Union Pacific, Valley Water, County Roads and Airports, et cetera. So that is clearly part of our team's focus and effort. We're just trying to balance having more priorities that we can take on and completely handle right at this moment.
Jim, I truly appreciate that. And I appreciate the staff, the efforts of your small staff and the works that they're doing, and the maps that Sarah Zarate has created, pinpointing where the camps are and where we need to provide bio waste and cleaning, clean showers and things like that. And that's great. But I know this is a big, it's a heavy lift for my staff to take this on, but we went over to Donna Lane, which is one of our hot spots. There's actually one unhoused person who lives there, who we went over and held dumpster days over there a couple of weeks ago and cleaned up a lot of his stuff and with his permission. I went by 2 weeks later yesterday, and it's doubled in size. It's the scope is incredible, and not only is his stuff on the street and through the crosswalk, but he's staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning and causing problems for the neighbors. And while the neighbors were very happy that we were there that particular day, it didn't do anything. And that's just one. He's not on your target because he's not a large encampment. It's just him. And actually, I think there's 2 people there now. But I know when I said Donna Lane, Olympia smiles because she knows what has been going on. But the man hours that my staff is taking in just Donna Lane is incredible. And I know every city council person has this, and every city council person is fielding issues like this. And we hear stories, oh, there's blight and the city doesn't have enough resources. But I was thinking about the food distribution model and how we just sort of jumped in and we took it over and we did everything for the county, and now we're negotiating agreements. Is that something that we have considered at all, or we're just not there? We can't, that model won't work.
Well, I think it's just a different issue, council member. I mean, what we're faced with is an unhoused population that is in these encampments. They're unsheltered, and the facts are they need regular trash service. I think I explained that in June, and I explained it again in September, when when the vast majority of people in our city get weekly trash service, it gets picked up. We've never had a model to provide this type of service that can get things in a clean condition. I've shown you many pictures, you've seen it yourself, that when people have loose trash in an encampment, the complexity, the difficulty, the cost of picking that up is exorbitant. And we're trying to move to a model with dumpster pilots, bags, potentially receptacles, developing essentially a trash out of scratch. The food distribution model is built through a nonprofit food distribution system that had its beginnings going back some time ago, and we very smartly tapped into an existing effective network of providers. As we've done research, as we've talked to the bidders that were in this RFP that we're recommending award tonight, they aren't seeing this type of model across the country. But I think we just flat out came to the recognition, if we're going to have thousands of people unsheltered for multiple years until our community plan to end homelessness can truly take complete effect, we're going to have to do something.
Right.
And that's what we're building. So it isn't a simple model to build. This team that you're seeing with Rick and Neil and Olympia and Sarah, myself, and the people that the city manager has directed redeployed to the branch are laser focused on trying to build this model as intelligently and thoroughly as we can to address this. There are no simple answers except getting the right locations, the right service, and the right frequency, and doing that across our city. That's the only way we're going to get acceptable conditions in the city.
Right. I agree with you, Jim, and I don't mean to belabor the point. And I know we have a growing unhoused population, and we need to take care of them. And providing trash pickup that this will take care of, and the bio waste pickup will be very, very helpful. You know, it is about treating them with humanity and respect as well too. But they're not the ones calling my office on a regular basis, although we do need to take care of them in a different way. We need to build more housing. I'll just throw that out there. So I'm running out of time, and this is one of the first times I think I've gotten close to my actually time limit. So what can we do about illegal dumpings? I've got one over on Almaden Road in Foxworthy that I don't even think it's San Jose. I think it's a creek. So I guess we'll
Well,
just pursue that.
Yeah, and certainly our San Jose 311 app on illegal dumping, we have our illegal dumping team up and running. We're responding to that. We're building a little bit more proactive capacity to that team. You can certainly send that on. 311 is the way to do that. We have that app and we certainly get those. But between Olympia and Neil, it's in the Beautify SJ branch, getting it there. We can take care of that.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of your efforts. I'm glad to see this budget item. I wish you were requesting more. Although Jim Shannon may not be wishing we were requesting more. So, but thank you. That's it for me. I think I've timed out.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kimmis?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jim, for you and your staff's efforts. I know that clean, basically coming out doing basic maid service out and picking up trash is not the way we should be handling things. And to that extent, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. When is this encampment map and cleanup that you going live on the website?
Maybe I can ask Sarah Zarate. Sarah, are you on? Or Rick, Scott, can you respond to that? Oh, Sarah's there. Sarah, hi, Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'll actually let Rick answer the webpage question.
Go ahead.
So the map is active. We've mailed it to the various staffs, and that's open for attribution. It's a reflection of the reality, so it'll change frequently as as others have said, we're in development and delivery mode at the same time here. Are you asking, council member, when will it be on the primary city website? Or
yes, that's where I was getting at. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have a plan to get it on the Beautify SJ website. We'll get an update back to you though when that happens.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all your efforts to at least allow us to show the public, where they can expect cleanups. And so 5 of us wrote a memo and sent it to rules. And basically, and you said you were sending a letter to Caltrans regarding our memo on trash cleanups on their property. Have you received a response yet, Jim?
I have not received a written response, Councilmember, but I've been in regular communication. I take that back. I have received a written response from Caltrans District 4 Director Tony Tavares, and him and I have been in regular communications, and we've formed a process over the next 2 months, end of October. We start this Friday, we go next Friday, we have sessions in November and December to collaborate on a partnership on how we can get Caltrans properties cleaner, probably with a focus on encampment locations. We're going to be sharing the work we're doing, the work that we share with each council office in terms of how we're building our data-based kind of foundation, with the hope that they will try and develop something somewhat similar. They're very open to learning with us and partnering with us. So I'll be reporting to rules on October 28th on what that working partnership will be about. Our goal ultimately is to get an interagency agreement in terms of services, protocols, response, and those types of things. And Mr. Tavares seemed very open to a collaboration with the city on that, potentially trying out new things, new approaches. So we're taking that very seriously, Council Member.
Thank you. And Jim, I think I discussed this with you during our meeting. I know this is a very difficult job. I know that the CDC gave us guidelines on not removing people from encampments, but I think it is really vital for us to at least remove encampments when it comes to the rivers, because and I also talked to our legal staff, and these are guidelines. It's not a law that we're following. So what is it going to take? Do you need a city council memo asking you to resume removal of encampments from our waterways? And the reason why I ask this is not to be, I'm not trying to, be heavy here. I just want to make sure that we don't end up being sued again. And I don't want to bring up bad memories, but we had to do a settlement for $100 million because of encampments and the testing of fecal matter in our waterways. And I'm afraid that anybody, and I mean anybody, can come and test our waterways and put us back into the same problems that we had to settle on. Can we I know that you're not removing encampments. Do you need city council to take an official position to remove encampments from our waterways?
Let me put it in this context, council member. You're correct. The CDC and county public health has advised jurisdictions to not abate encampments. They believe with the coronavirus pandemic that it is a greater public health threat for us to abate encampments and disperse unsheltered residents in the encampments that they're in, and to disperse them to other locations, which would likely precipitate the spread of the coronavirus. So they're advising from a public health standpoint that we do not do that. And we have taken that approach. Our protocol now is that we're not abating and dispersing encampments. County Public Health has been testing unsheltered people living in encampments and has found a very low rate of coronavirus positive tests in those encampments. So we believe that strategy is working from a public health and pandemic control standpoint, which in our estimation is the most serious issue facing our city. People are dying from the pandemic.
And Jim, Jim, let me be clear. I'm not asking to remove all the encampments everywhere. This is not what I'm saying. I'm only talking about our waterways where we have clear evidence that we could be sued and we could lose. And so it would seem to me that if we don't do something about it, that we can end up in a situation where, I know that we're between a rock and a hard place. And again, I'm not saying that we need to remove all encampments. This is not what I'm saying.
And so,
on the
sorry
waterways.
for my long explanation, but I think it's necessary to fully understand the context and the background. I was in a meeting with County Public Health, with elected officials, agency staff members, the city manager, et cetera, where the primary public health doctor on the call indicated that abating encampments, even along the creeks, if we don't have a shelter location for them to go to or a designated alternate encampment location, that they do not recommend us abating the encampment. I recognize from an environmental standpoint, we may have other legal exposures. That's something we probably should talk further with the city attorney's office about. But at this point in time, we believe we're getting public health guidance that suggests we don't do that at this point in time. I will say, Councilmember, that we have a protocol that we are going to issue to the council in an information memorandum next week that's laying out when we will abate encampments. I've told the council about it when it's blocking the public right-of-way, streets, sidewalks, trails, we will do that. So if you have locations where the street, the sidewalk, a trail is being physically blocked, that needs to get to the Beautify SJ team, and we will do an abatement in those locations. In terms of if there are other serious crime or other behavioral health problems, we have developed a protocol to assess and look at doing interventions in those areas. It could ultimately lead to an abatement if the problem has risen to such a serious level that it must be abated. The environmental factors are one of them. So the council will see that protocol next week. We will be issuing it to the council in an information memorandum next week, so you can see the specifics and how we're going about dealing with that. There are a lot of complex factors. We're trying to address it as practically as we can. I'd be happy to go over that with you, council member, when it goes out. We can talk through any details that you'd like, you know, and as much detail as you would like. I'll spend as much time as is needed on it with you.
I appreciate that, Jim. What I would like to know, you know, to assess the capacity that we have in our shelters and our alternative temporary, you know, locations that we can move some of the people to. That's what I'd like to see, because you know, we can keep talking about having not enough, but I'm not talking about not enough for the entire population of homeless individuals. I'm just talking about the population that are living on the creeks. And if we have enough shelter beds for those, and that's where I'm getting at, I'd like to see an assessment of how much capacity remain, you know, that we have. And so in your report, I'd love to see an assessment of capacity.
I will work with the housing department on that, Councilman. I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
that request.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, certainly there isn't a day that my staff doesn't get a lot of calls about this issue. And I know I'm not the only one. And I think this homelessness and the effects of homelessness are not a single bullet issue, right? No one thing is going to fix all of these things. And having said that, I just wanted to thank the team. I know that they have been working very hard on this. And I just wanted to remind folks that what is before us today is actually an innovation. Granted, it's a pilot, but we're trying something that other cities, frankly, aren't doing. And I'm just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to seeing the results. And I'm proud that as a city, we're looking at creating a system to address waste, whether it's garbage or human or whatever it is. We're looking at creating a system for the unhoused population. We have a system for the housed population, right? People have garbage bills, you have a place to take the garbage. You know, we take that for granted, but if you don't have it, it goes into our community, right? And I also wanted to remind folks that sure, technically, I think this is about the removal and disposal of trash, debris, and bio-waste. But it's really about people. And I appreciate the discussion about trash and garbage and the effects in our waterways. I have all of those too, and I'm 100% sympathetic. But this is about people. And we as a city and we as a county need to figure that out. And again, it's not going to take any one thing. And I wanted to remind folks that this week, the county will be having its last unhoused task force meeting. And not every city in our county has passed the community plan to end homelessness, for example. Not every city in our county has a safe parking ordinance. Not every city in our county has declared a homeless crisis, which has allowed us to open shelters and things like that. And homelessness requires a team approach. And so we certainly need to continue to do our part, and we will, but we need everyone in the team to do something so that we can move in the same direction. And I also wanted to add that that includes building housing. We need housing built throughout the city of San Jose. We need housing built throughout the county. And that needs to remain a focus. I know we have an item coming up where we can talk about that. And there also remains a huge opportunity for us to talk about our partnership with the county, and it is a partnership, to discuss behavioral and mental health. that must be a part of our outreach, of our overall response efforts, and that work still needs to be done. And lastly, some folks have brought up the waterways. I have a lot of Coyote Creek in my district. I definitely feel that. I agree. And I just wanted to remind folks that the Water District has Measure S on the ballot. And if that passes, we will have more resources to address that. So yeah, I just wanted to remind folks of that. And that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize. I'm not going to be able to have my video on. I got kicked out twice already, so I'm going to play it safe. First of all, I just wanted to thank staff. I think that this is, and Councilmember Esparza put it really well. This is an innovation, and really this is a plan for the long term, right? This is for the long haul, and I totally get that. Although I'm going to reiterate the point I made earlier during the COVID item 3.1, and that is that what we're doing is, you know, of course, we need to braid our efforts, right? The efforts that PRNS are making and trying to keep up with in terms of our community, like childcare, like recreation, like all the things that our children need to continue to feel, you know, normal and socialize. And lots of parents take advantage of our services in lieu of formal childcare as we do this very well. And we've been able to keep our children safe and have really low contraction of COVID. Anyhow, because we are standing up our learning pods, our Rock and Learn, just these different programs and services, and hopefully more recreation programs that we take into account the community service, the community centers and libraries at these locations are being stood up at, so that, and you know, and I said this before, so that when parents come in and pick up their children, they're not dealing with another issue in terms of, you know, having to walk over folks or feel discouraged about, or not having the confidence enough to leave their children to our care while they go to work or do what they need to do. And so I have asked Rick and Neil at our last briefing for you to consider prioritizing these areas. Of course, every council member is going to, you know, advocate for their own area. And of course, I would advocate for Welch Community Center, as we've been working really hard to own that park once again. And, you know, the community wants to make sure that they have a safe place for their children to play. And with all this overcrowding, we just need that open space. So you know, as you move forward and you work out some of these kinks, I hope that you can consider what PRNS is doing in terms of our community, and like I said, standing up some of these programs and how that plays into what you're doing here. I know this is more long-term goals or long-term work, excuse me. But as you're doing some of these pilot programs, that you consider some of that. And I see Jim nodding his head. I had already received this, but I just wanted to be on record. As I made this comment, I made it under 3.1, and I just wanted to make sure to make it under this item. But thank you so much. I want to actually give big shout out to Sarah Sarati, because that interactive map is just super intense, absolutely helpful, and I think it'll be really useful for not only us as council staff to direct our community members that always call us about this issue, but also for our residents to keep track of it themselves. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peraz?
Yeah, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I actually wanted to piggyback on something Councilmember Foley was saying, and I actually just had a community meeting the other night, and the dialogue came up around these multi-jurisdictional issues, and as my community member described it, sort of invisible boundaries, and how we have obviously these shared interests, but yet we have these things restricting us, like the funding. Obviously, right? We have our city responsibilities, our city-owned property, and the funding to be able to manage that. And then similarly, different agencies like Caltrans in the county and Valley Water. And then additionally, we have challenges like legal jurisdictional issues or liability. And Jim, you mentioned that you'll be coming back, and I know we obviously have MOUs with certain agencies, but we don't necessarily have a real robust program in place. And I'm thinking of something in comparison to some of these joint committees, for instance, that we have. The one that comes to mind right now is around BART and the Dearden Station, an area where we know is the intersection of so many different agencies, from Caltrain to BTA and the city, and we form a committee, joint committee, and you meet on maybe a more regular basis, and you're able to make some of these joint decisions. And even in that committee, we pull money together to do certain things. And what is your thought on the likelihood or possibility for that to happen in regards to some of these more issues that we're discussing here, like homeless encampments, like the illegal dumping? What is your thought, and is that something that you'll be discussing? I believe you said next week, right?
Yeah, I'll be reporting back to the Rules Committee on a specific referral that we got. 5 council members. Councilmember Camus was the principal author of that. It's a very kind of intriguing idea, Councilmember Perales. I will say that the Joint Policy Advisory Board for the Dearden Station, it meets quarterly. It represents all the different agencies. The staff work behind that to bring forward the Dearden Station concept plan and all the other efforts that we're doing. We probably meet, 25 times to match that. So to have substance for a kind of an interjurisdictional policy advisory board or joint working board, there's a lot of foundational work that would need to be brought forward to make that, I think, effective. I think ultimately that could be a model that could bring good attention, could recognize how we learn from each other and collaborate and partner to be more effective across these different properties. So it could have some work. I think we're in the initial stages of figuring out how do we more effectively and systematically partner with each of the individual agencies, because I don't know that there's as much of an interrelationship between, let's say, a Caltrans and a UP per se, because maybe their properties don't cross too much, but maybe they do. But I just think we have some foundational work to get through, probably into 2021, to be able to effectively take that up. If we were to try and create some type of joint policy advisory board right now, our staff time would go into that and not figuring out the inventories, the service models, and the response systems that are necessary to get this under a level of control that we need to get it to in the short term. So I think it's a very intriguing idea. I think it's something we ought to evaluate and explore. but I think it's a 2021 type of item in my estimation of what is most critical right now. We're working that with the agencies now. I'm having meetings with all these agencies every week, at least with one of them.
Thank you, Jim. And let me tell you what my answer was to the constituent. I told them I thought this was also an intriguing idea, and I said that it would likely be a really big lift. And I actually described the amount of time and work that goes into pooling some of these joint committees together for other purposes. And at the same time, I was intrigued enough to want to explore further on it. And that's why I asked tonight. My thinking is sort of, what would be maybe the next steps to even explore something like that. Initially coming to my mind would be, do I put something forward, say, for instance, at priority setting, but obviously this is not just a city priority, right? I mean, this would require buy-in from so many different entities. And it sounds like you're doing, as you just pointed out, a lot of that work right now with meeting interagencies, these interagency meetings. So just what is your thought on how to actually advance something like this? And again, recognizing that this is a pretty big lift.
Yeah. I guess it would be a 2021 policy priority thing that needs to be kind of developed with some understanding of where we're at with each agency. Having bilateral discussions with each one of them is just much more practical right now. Having deep experience working in the Deer Dun partnership with all the other agencies, having 4 and 5 agencies work together at once is really complex. Starting out, with one-on-one bilateral with Caltrans and UP and Valley Water, I think we have a chance to get clear on how we're trying to move forward with each of them. And ultimately, when we gain some clarity and we see the commonalities, the intersections, the opportunities, I think we'll be in a better place to see if a multi-agency joint approach would yield better results. So I think once we see more of where we've gotten to with each of the agencies, I think we can talk more about, do we think bringing everybody together would get us better overall results? And really depends, where are the properties at? What are the challenges on each one of them? One area where we are working is the idea of, I think Councilor Esparza was right on point. We're working with people, and Jackie and Reagan remind our teams regularly, we're working with people. And a lot of our work is premised on very appropriately engaging with the people in these encampments and to try and get a partnership with them to help them keep their areas tidy and clean, and how do they use our systems with bags and receptacles and dumpsters. So maybe the city can be the convening to help all those agencies, work with the unsheltered people on their properties. So that could be the unifying theme, but there is an outreach capacity that we have to be able to address to serve and support all of them in that way. But Councilor, that could be an area where working with the county and then working with all those agencies, it's people that are in these places and we need to address them and engage with them in the right way. That could be the unifying theme in working with all the other agencies, and that maybe we're contracted to do that work and they bring resources to us to do it the best. We know how to do that the best. So, and obviously I'm thinking out loud with you on this one, but those are just some initial thoughts.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I do appreciate you thinking out loud, and I look forward to getting a better understanding of sort of what our current relationships are with these different agencies, knowing that we do have pre-existing MOUs and just to understand that better. And I think that's a good strategy. And I would agree, kind of longer term and something that we could try to prioritize next year or even in the years to come. So thank you. And that's all my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Carrasco?
Thank you. Mine is just a follow-up question. Jim, and I know that we can't abate encampments, and all of us are seeing them double in size, triple in size, and we're just trying to appease our residents the best that we can. But even given the county orders or the CDC guidelines, is there no wiggle room in, say, sensitive areas? And by sensitive areas, I mean, like, I have a situation right now in the Alamrock School District that's making it very difficult for my superintendent to continue on with learning pods on campus. And so she won't continue them, she won't reopen them. And she's told me that there's no way that she's going to open the doors until we figure out how to abate this situation. And this is a public safety situation for the kiddos that would be coming on campus.
So council member, on that front, I think I'm somewhat familiar with the issue and the locations that you're talking about. Like I was telling Councilmember Camus, so we will be issuing what we're calling an encampment assessment and intervention protocol. And we're going to be piloting it. There's probably way more locations to pilot than we have the capacity to do, because I think I could go through every council member and you all have at least 2, if not 3 or 4 worthy locations that should be assessed and potentially some type of intervention should occur. But that protocol could address situations like what you're describing. I'll confirm that we know the location that you're raising, so it's in our candidate list of pilots. But I'm not super confident that we can fit in all the locations that all the council members would want in this first round of assessments. But, when we look at other things that are needing to happen, learning pods or other things, and if that's the cause of the shutdown and we can leverage something else, I'll ask the team, and maybe we can do something in a simplified way if there's something specific to address. I'll confirm with my team that we have it. If we don't have the location locked down, we'll reach back out to your office to make sure we understand, and we'll put it in the mix to evaluate the pilot sites, assuming it matches up, with that protocol that we're developing. It'll come out in a council info memo next week, so everybody can see it. If you have questions from that point in time, you can obviously reach out to me and others on the team. We're happy to follow up like we did with the briefings for this item, so that the council understood what we were doing with the award of these contracts.
Yeah, and I thank you. I know that this is a difficult situation, and everybody is feeling the pressure from the residents, and we're all walking through it. In terms of how we move forward, I'm imagining, like you're saying, there's going to be some sort of a criteria, that we can rely on. I'm hoping that criteria is going to involve what we've been talking about from the very beginning, some sort of an equity lens. I would envision that it would be around safety, around sensitive areas, like I just said, schools would be, I would envision schools being a sensitive area, or areas where children, especially children and families congregate. I know that Councilmember Camus mentioned a waterway, and of course that's very important. And I don't mean to have any sort of debate today about what comes first or what's more important or what criteria should be used, but I, the environment is incredibly important, but where I see children's lives impacted on a daily basis, I would hope that that's just part of the criteria, and whether or not they can return to school, or there's a learning pod. Anyway, just issues of safety and concern, whether they're right next door to, someone's living quarters, right next door to someone's window. We've had that in the past, and that's posed a real hazard for women who are home alone during the daytime. And we've had some really frightening situations take place in my district. So anyway, and I would hope that also that we're looking at, the bigger picture, that would be also part of how you begin to rate that criteria, and whether this is a neighborhood that's duly impacted by other issues of safety and blight and underinvestment. Because when we're dealing with compounding issues, there's just so much that a neighborhood can take before it just completely busts at the seam, right? And there might be some other neighborhoods that this is the only thing that they're dealing with. They're not dealing with all of the other, gang hotspots and sideshows and, shootouts at a restaurant that claim, lives, and end up having people end up at a hospital, or a 13-year-old that ends up fighting for his life. And so I just hope that we're taking all of that into account when we're looking at that criteria.
And Councilmember, if I could, I'm going to just jump in for a second. I think kind of help with the conversation a little bit. So as Jim has mentioned, we plan to put this protocol out next week. It is our path forward for performing these interventions that Jim has mentioned. And there's really two pieces to it, and we're kind of mixing things here. One piece is what is the criteria we're going to use to perform this intervention? And this criteria is based on, do the public safety issues presented by that encampment outweigh the overarching public health issues that we're trying to protect with COVID? So that's one part of it. What are the criteria to do the intervention? I think the other thing that Jim's talking about is then, how do we prioritize those? Because we have limited capacity and we can't necessarily get to everything at once. And so there's also going to be really some criteria around how we prioritize those interventions based on the criteria that we're going to use. Not trying to overcomplicate it, but we need to have a system in place that allows us to move forward. So we're certainly not hiding behind the public health order, and recognize that there are times where we're going to need to do an intervention, as Jim has mentioned, and it needs to be based on criteria. I will say, if we come down with an approach that we're going to now abate all creeks, I think that puts us in a really challenging situation where we're not following the process that we're proposing. And I think we're kind of back to the way we used to do business, which was back in the kind of just abatement process and push things around the city. So I don't know if that helps, but I just want to make sure that council understands the thinking that we're putting into this. And hopefully next week, when we put that information out for everyone, not only to the council, the public, all the community, our residents, the homeless stakeholders, everyone, that we can be transparent about what we're doing and how we're doing it.
It helps. I think it'll become a lot clearer once we see it. So it'll be helpful once, because all of us are dealing with this issue. So thank you so much for that, Dave, and thank you, Jim, for bringing this forward. And just my last 2 cents again, I do think that there are sensitive areas that just really do need addressing, and hopefully we can have that conversation offline and be able to just figure out how we can deal with it safely, and make sure that in those sensitive areas, individuals are accommodated, but also allow residents, children to get into these learning pods, or get back to school, or schools to prepare, or whatever the case may be. I hear that Welsh has one. I know that area well. It's it's an impacted park. We've spent money with Councilmember Arenas's leadership to invest in that area in order to mitigate some of the issues that have been plaguing that community for not years, but I dare say decades. And so we need to be able to get families back into that park safely and out of their homes, because as you know, these homes on this side of town are 950 square feet to 1,200 square feet on average. And we already know this. I don't have to continue with that same speech, but overcrowded conditions, people's mental health is are in bad ways, and we're about to go into winter again. And so we need to be able to allow people to get out and walk their parks safely. So anyway, look forward to seeing the work that will be presented to us next week.
Thank you. Councilmember Diab?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So I just wanted to follow up on the line of conversation we've had. I think that Jim articulated an important standard, and I want to, for anybody watching or for our residents to understand that, it's a public health issue. We keep saying that, but I've been accused, my office has been accused of hiding behind COVID and not wanting to do anything, not wanting to lift a finger, wanting to keep communities in a blighted situation because of COVID. And we're just hiding behind COVID. But public health experts are still saying that we should not be abating encampments. We should not be moving people from place to place, because the potential spread of this disease is still very real. And masks and being outdoors helps, but it's still no guarantee. And so for the public safety of all, we should still be being lenient on the encampments things. But the real standard I want to point out that Jim mentioned is we should not be moving people unless we have a place to put them. And that goes back to the larger discussion that we've had in previous years about whether to have a sanctioned encampment somewhere in the city. And so really that leads back to the discussion of should we do that? And I'm not advocating for that or not, but if we go there, the question returns to where. And it's the same question of where for tiny homes, where for encampments, where for any of this. And that is, a council decision, but also a community decision. And I think our residents, to the greatest extent possible, needs to be a part of that discussion, or needs to have that understanding. Because I feel, and I understand this, everybody, whatever problem that they have with their neighbors or in their neighborhood, whether it's encampments or loud cars speeding down the street, or next door neighbors smoking something and the smell getting into their home and they can't open the window, or a neighbor feeding cats and then inviting cats into the neighborhood, and then their child is allergic and they can't play outside in their backyard because cats are over the place. Everybody's problem is the most urgent problem of the moment. And for some people, it's not even the homeless issue. It's other issues. And so if we can invite them somehow into understanding the roadblocks that we face as a council in deciding this, not that we don't want to, but because we are constrained in some manner, I hope that there will be a lot more understanding, if not empathy, sympathy for the process, because it is a process we have to go through. We can't just point and move the encampment because we move this and we help this neighborhood, we're going to create an issue for some other neighborhood. So I hope that somehow we get this message out there, what Jim articulated to Councilmember Camus, because I think that's key. And if you pose that question to anybody, just not a lawmaker, but just any citizen, well, what would you do? And have them play with that puzzle. I think that's beneficial. I know next week we're going to talk about this standard, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but based on what Dave just said, I suspect that it's going to be kind of a let's take a look and analyze it somehow. I don't know if there will be bright line standards, and I'm hoping that there will be. For instance, let's not have an encampment so many feet from a creek or right up along a residential area where like a tent is being hung over from somebody's backyard, something like that, where there are bright line rules where we can just look at that and say, this can't work. And short of that, if we can't do that, because I understand Jim's point that if we have these rules, we don't have the ability to go in and clean up every encampment along all the creeks in the city. But perhaps if we can allow each council office, 3 or 5, like, let's clean this up right away, to give council members some relief in dealing with particularly thorny encampments or thorny issues, I think that would be helpful, in my opinion, at least. So I offer that, and that'll be my contribution for today. Thanks.
Just, Councilor, I don't think we're going to have a ton of bright lines in it. I'm just kind of knowing the specifics in it. We do have some bright lines. If you're blocking the public right of way, streets, sidewalks, park strips, trails, those will be abated. So that is a bright line. We don't have the creek bright line, but we do have an environmental factor in there. And we're going to be bringing the right agencies and the right disciplines in the room to assess how big of a problem it is, whether it's fires, crime, undermining infrastructure, stopping access to city facilities. Those are kind of the criteria that drive saying whether we can, how should we and how could we intervene to alleviate the problem. And if we can't intervene effectively enough, then an abatement may be the appropriate step to take. That's kind of the broader overall framework. So that's what we're talking about in terms of assessing encampments and addressing them and intervening and maybe ultimately abating. What we're awarding today, again, back to the issue today, is we're awarding contracts to try and improve the trash load condition at many of them. We're trying to build a system so that all of the encampments do get some level of trash service, and ultimately recommend to the council what it would take to do it consistently on the right frequency so we can kind of gain more measure of control. So we are talking about two different things,
Sure.
The trash pickup system, and then if there are more issues, how are we assessing and intervening and maybe abating some of them? So two things going on, like the city manager was kind of describing as well.
Right. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get ahead of ourselves. I was just following the trail of the discussion.
Yeah, no,
Since
that's
you raised
fine.
it, I'll just say that I do hope that one of the lines, the few bright lines we'll have, is that we can't have encampments, being built, structures being built off of somebody's backyard fence. I think that's a real issue, and I'm seeing some of that in my area. And I think one of the frustrations that I have as a council member, although I'm completely understanding of the lack of manpower to go through it and address every single issue. We have the homeless response email or the line. Our staff, council members also deal with residents who have requests for things to be dealt with, and we pass it on. And then somewhere at some level, there's a ranking being made. Is there a greater issue somewhere in this district or that district, or is there a fire, or is there some public safety hazard? But to that resident making that request, this is the most important issue in all of the city. And to a certain extent, it's kind of out of our hands, in the council members' hands, in terms of like whether this gets done, because there is this triage system. And I just hope that somehow in this next iteration, council offices get a bit more of say, or like I said, maybe like 3 or 5 like cards to say like, go ahead and do this right away. And for the year, there's just those 5, and we have to use them sparingly or something like that. But back to the issue today that we're voting on, I'm very grateful that we're doing this. This is a move in the right direction, and I suspect that residents will be much happier with the state of our community, our streets, with the anticipated cleanups that we'll be seeing. I sat through the presentation with Sarah and Rick and others last week. So I think our residents have a lot to look forward to with this. And of course, I'll be supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we go around for a second round, I just want to remind my colleagues, we've got 8 more items and less than 3 hours to go before our Zoom call turns into a pumpkin. Councilmember Prowse. Oh, Councilmember Prowse.
Yes. Hi. Sorry. I
Okay.
froze for a second there. 30 seconds. And I know it's mainly for next week's discussion, not this week, but in regards to what Councilmember Diet was just saying, I would be 100% against any sort of, 3 or 5 gimmies per council member, and would prefer a process or a filtration system that just made it fair across the board. Otherwise, you look at certain districts that only have a handful of encampments, and then you look at districts like mine, and I would need 15 gimmies a year to really be able to make a difference. And it puts, I think, council members in a precarious position where now we're having to say, well, I've got a couple, and I'm gonna pick my favorites or whatever it may be. Anyways, just completely against that, and would encourage staff to continue down the process of an evaluation system. Thanks.
Okay, we'll come back on that issue. Was there a motion on this item?
Move
Move to
approval.
approve.
Okay, I
Second.
think I heard Councilmember Diep make the motion. Councilmember Foley get the second. Why not? All right, let's vote.
Inez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. On to item 3.9, cut the commute pledge. We
Move to
have
approve.
a motion from Councilmember
Second.
Jimenez.
Second. Okay.
I heard a second in there somewhere. Tony will help us ferret it out. We'll go on to the public. Tessa Woodmansee on item 3.9, cut the commute pledge.
Okay, good. It's a good pledge, but it needs to be much more intense. In terms of, I think it's like 25%. We need to cut the commute, and it really boils down to this issue with the our Metropolitan Transportation Commission, who are also looking at this. And that what it is, when Mayor Liccardo responded and said that if we do this, we will pave a road from Silicon Valley to Texas. But like what my husband responded to that as a biologist and a climate, scientist, is that Texas is going under. Yet they're going to just return back to Silicon Valley. So there is no companies are going to be losing. You're not going to be losing your companies because you want to, cut the commute. The commute needs to be cut, and not like as the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is saying in their Bay Area plan, not by 2035. No, it has to be done now. It has to be done now, just like it was with COVID. That's where we got some returns on our air, that our air quality was better. And that it was 50% reduction of our whole workforce, I guess, in the whole US, or maybe it was 100% at that point. And that's how we got the reductions that we needed for clean air. And so we really need to get back to that. And we need to stay home. That's the message of COVID-19, and it's the message of climate change. We need to stay home, and it is your responsibility as our leaders to protect us from harm. And you have really failed in so many ways because of our pollution and the illnesses that have come from that. Because you have externalized the costs of pollution and saying that that's just the cost of doing business. But we are now at the end of in the jaws of destruction, and we can't make any more compromises, and we must return to working at home, and a zero commute is.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman.
Howdy do, late in the evening. With the telecommuting ideas of the cut commute item, a reminder there is a federal push to install much more 4G and 5G broadband technology in local neighborhoods at this time. There will be much surveillance technology included as part of this installation, and as part of new commitments to the ideas of neighborhood safety and Vision Zero. With the many telecommuting ideas and needs of cut the commute plans, the commuter plans, another reminder to please consider how open public policies and the future of technology can work hand in hand. It is time to reconsider the 9/11/01 era concepts that open public policies somehow limit technology capability, and that technology, civil rights, civil protections, and open public policies does not know how to work, only knows how to work in mutually exclusive terms. The inventiveness of technology, along with organized, responsible guidelines and open public policies, this is how responsibility, better reasoning, and more open democratic practices can work towards long-term community harmony, sustainability, and ideas of peace. It is these good efforts that can also address continual war and its shock doctrine practices. And it is these guidelines and the sharing of simple, open democratic practices and open public policies that can relieve the fears of future technology and societal planning at the local, national, and international levels. Thanks for talking about this item. And I guess I'm a bit sorry that on a previous item, if I have a bit more time here, I got 17 seconds, 15 seconds. On the previous item, I tried to talk about COVID issues when you were talking about general funding issues, and I talked about housing and COVID. There was general fund meetings in August in San Jose that talked about the future of housing, and that was my connections at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, welcome.
Well, yeah, I'm a big believer in cutting the commutes, but maybe Carrasco isn't. You know, people who work from home are privileged people who have, you know, everything handed to them on a silver platter, according to her. You know, I mean, because everyone in her district doesn't have anything, right? And so that means everybody else has a privileged life. I find that disgusting, and I find that ridiculous that you would say that I'm a privileged person. Like I told you before, you are privileged that I'm a taxpayer and you get to take taxes and give it to your residents in other forms so you can get votes and stay in power. I'm so happy that you can only talk for 15 minutes and that includes your twin who sounds exactly like you. Okay? Hey, I'm not sorry I got you mixed up. I think it's great because you both sound the same. The only thing I want to know is, do you need some cheese to go with your wine? I mean, let me tell you, the whining that I hear from you is unbelievable. And you should be ashamed of yourself by calling somebody privileged if they have a tech job where they work from home.
We're on the topic.
I want to know that.
Item 3.9, cut the commute pledge. Would like to speak on that item?
I just did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, returning to the council. Councilmember Arenas. All right, we may come back to Councilmember Arenas, your device is still unmuted. All right, let's go to Vice Mayor Jones and we'll come back to Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure for clarification on the motion that the motion is for the memo from myself, the mayor, and Councilmember Arenas that's dated October 16th.
It was my apologies for not stating that clearer, but it was, yes.
Great, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, and thank you to Vice Mayor and to Councilmember Arenas for leading this effort. Councilmember Arenas?
Oh my gosh, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Oh, I don't know what was happening. I kept pressing it and it just wouldn't come on. All right, so I just wanted to thank Vice Mayor for his leadership in this area. I think it's something that we're learning to do very well, and that's telecommute. I think we are doing it so well that I think we want to go back to in-person work soon. But we've seen the benefits of telecommuting. You know, as dire as it is working from home and having, like, I have 2 kiddos, we have seen the benefits in our environment. We have seen the benefits in terms of the pollution and the traffic on our 101. And actually, I haven't seen the 101 in months. So I'm really, oh, I shouldn't say months, weeks. I haven't seen the 101 in weeks, and I couldn't be happier. So I wanted to thank him because I know that there's a lot of things that the city is on its way in doing to make this part of our normal life after we get back into the swing of things. And this is not COVID demanded telecommuting, but it's truly a telecommuting. I think this will allow a lot of parents who have children who are in kinder and transitional kindergarten and preschool to be able to adjust their schedules. I have a little girl, and she gets out at 12. You know, if I was working and actually going to City Hall, that's a lot to coordinate. And so a lot of our families, from what I understand, Santa Clara County Office of Education has shared with me that they have this decline in kinder and transition kindergarten, and they're concerned because it's not a decline in children. It's not an exodus of our families that we normally have seen. It's a decline in the enrollment of children. And so that means children aren't experiencing quality early learning environments and may not be on par with the rest of our first graders because, as you all know, kindergarten is not mandatory. So this is, I know, very on a separate track, but when we look at how the strategies that we are using to facilitate the lives of our employees, this is an absolute tool that I think is going to be effective. Like I said, effective for our parents and families, even though I know that we have a great program already under Jennifer Shembry in HR, where employees can telecommute 1 to 2 days. But this will help normalize and if nothing else, make a pledge to be more environmentally aware of the impact that we are leaving behind. So I just wanted to add that piece, excuse me, and thank Vice Mayor. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's vote on this motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.1 is a report on bids and awarded construction contract for the filter rehabilitation project, the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility. There is a brief presentation, I believe.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, Nap Fukuda, Assistant Director, ESD. In the interest of time, we'll breeze through this presentation for you. Tonight with me to do that is Mariana Chavez Vasquez, the Deputy for the program, as well as Simon Elder, the Program Manager, and Michael Ocano, Deputy Director of Public Works. Mariana?
Hi, good night, everybody. So we're just going to do an abbreviated version of our presentation. Tonight we're bringing the construction award for the filter rehabilitation project. Can we just go to the next slide, Simon? So just a quick summary for you. This is our latest stage in the process before we discharge water to the bay. Facility built in the 70s, over 40 years old. We're just gonna go through the summary of the bid results just to give you, we'll skip some of the background. So can we go to the summary of bid results? So just to go briefly through these, we received 3 pre-qualifications. Because of the size of the project, we had to pre-qualify contractors. Engineers estimate for the project, 32 million. All the bids received were between 33 and 36 million. The low bidder for the project was Walsh Construction Company. Base bid and alternates for 33.5 million. This is a company that we're already working on. They are partners with us in other projects. This is also our first project in the program that is going under PLA. And also, this is a project that was bid during the COVID time. So our team did a lot of work to even do all the site visits and everything on their social distancing protocols and all remote. The project is scheduled to construct starting in November 2020, substantial completion by June 2024. Seasonal restrictions for these projects apply as well as for many of our projects because of the work needing to be completed mostly during the dry season. Next slide. So just a quick summary of the project, 58.3 million in our 1.5 billion capital program, 33.3 in construction, 20% contingency at 6.6 million. And the project delivery for this project, 18.4, 55% of the construction. This is within the amounts that we have seen for our program and other projects of similar sizes. Next slide. So just something that we use usually for you to see that the project is in line with what other agencies are paying. Somehow this is difficult to do sometimes because of the specifics of each project. But what we're showing here is one of the projects from SFPUC completed a few years ago. And in general, you can see that they are similar in the cost per filter. So this is for each unit. So we just want to show you that the numbers that we're getting are within reason, and we are okay recommending the award of this project. Next slide. So the recommendation today is just for us to award the construction to Walls Construction Company for 33.2 million with a 20% construction contingency in the amount of 6.6 million. And with that, we're happy to answer to any questions you may have.
All right, let's go to the public. Tessa Woodmansee, we're hearing public comment on item 6.1, the filter rehabilitation project.
Okay, do you hear? Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. All right, so we're talking about the waste water management, and the issue with that site is under sea level rise, it's going to go away. And so we really have to think about either a plan B that we move our wastewater treatment, because under the scenario that is already happening, which is Greenland melting, there will be 21 feet of sea level rise. And the science is saying that could happen in the next 30 years. So this is where we're going. And so we have our waste management out there on, by the bay, and that's not good. So we have to either think about moving it. But what I was always thinking is that we have to start living differently. Just like in everything else, everything has to be complete stop and go the other way. And the way you do a complete stop and go the other way in terms of waste management is that everything needs to stay on our properties. We need to learn to recycle all of our waste and live like plants, where all of our needs are met locally in our, where we live. And that would include just composting all of our wastes and the way we used to do it. And so we need to go, bring the best from the past as we go forward. And one of those is to live, just sustainably on where our home is. And so that needs to be brought into it, is how we can go away from the waste management the way we're doing it now, with the terrible smells that they have to deal with in, Milpitas and things like that. And so, we have to learn to live, more lightly on the planet and learn those skills of living, where all of our resources, all of our needs are met locally and the whole life cycle, and that everything stays on our property, and that is improving our land.
Thank you. Returning to the council, Councilmember Foley.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to thank and acknowledge staff for staying with us so late and making that presentation. And with that, I will move the report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Jimenez. Mariana, I had a question about the fact that, we're above the engineer's estimate by, I don't know, roughly $1.5 million in the middle of a pretty significant recession. Why are we unable to get bids at or below an engineer's estimate, given our current economic situation?
So we usually do get bids. We have got bids in the past that are pretty close. I mean, this one is also accounting all the additional requirements that are right now required for COVID. So some of our other previous projects, those are all changes. This specific one is accounting for all the requirements that the county order had at the time. So that can be a little bit of an additional cost because of some of the inefficiencies and additional requirements that we have to do for compliance. There is some variability always, especially around the electrical portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a little bit of a hit and miss of what we're gonna get, but I can let Mike O'Connell from PW give us a little bit more of a perspective.
Well, I would add that it's a very complicated project because this is the filter media, the physical part of the filtration, as opposed to the open channel flow. The media eventually degrades, you lose your performance. By restoring it with the new plans, it's a very complicated project. The set of plans I have on my desk is the size of a large phone book, and the specifications and technical provisions are the size of 2 or 3. The workload to respond to that workload with engineering analysis and review, it's just very expensive and very complicated. Now we have a tight set of 3 bids, so the low bidder is really only 1.3 million over our engineer's estimate. And I think for the characteristics of the work, it's like working on someone in a hospital, but they have to be up and walking around. We have to keep this filtration plant running throughout. And I can tell you that the Valley Water District struggles with their water treatment plant filtration upgrades. And this is that type of challenging project. And I think the price reflects the risk.
So just to add to that, Mayor, one of the conditions for this project, we have to complete most of the work during the dry season. That just coincides also with the highest demand for water, for water recycling, so South Bay water. So one of the conditions that we have for this project is we have to maintain all connections, all that. So it's just like the nature of the work in the 24/7 operations at the plant as well.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thanks both to Mariana and Michael. All right, let's vote.
Ennis,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Dip,
Aye.
Crosco.
Yes.
Thank you. Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Amos,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.1 is the Age-Friendly City Initiative Update and San Jose Age-Friendly 3-Year Action Plan. We do have a presentation.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council. This is Andrea Flores Shelton, Interim Deputy Director of Recreation Neighborhood Services for PRNS, and also the EOC Community and Economic Recovery Director. With me is Susan Nash, who's been a phenomenal addition to the city team as an Encore Fellow. Before I turn it over to Susan to present a quick overview of the Age-Friendly San Jose 3-Year Action Plan, I'd like to squeeze in an economic and community and economic recovery update about older adults. Next slide, Susan. As you're aware, the EOC's commitment to vulnerable communities includes older adults. When we discuss older adults, we're talking about 133,000 people over the age of 65, or 13% of San Jose's population. Of this group, we know that approximately 18,000 are over the age of 85, and they experience frailty at a greater rate. Also, older adults, as we know, are at a higher risk of death due to COVID. The EOC Community and Economic Recovery Branch will be developing a focused strategy for assessing and reaching our priority people and places where communities are in crisis, where resiliency will be more challenging, and how we prevent people from moving into further crisis. The strategy will marry with the communications plan that prioritizes marginalized populations, such as those who are non-English speakers, which make up 54% of San Jose's older adults. Finally, we're going to seek to understand those who are living alone, which from the last census was noted at over 18,000 older adults. Before COVID, we knew that social isolation was a major issue to address, and now we must continue to address not only social isolation and loneliness, but also limited digital access and limited physical mobility as experienced through COVID. A study showed that loneliness affects people's health similarly to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So this is something we have focused on before COVID and will continue to dive deeper into. The recovery team will complete our vulnerabilities assessment and determine our path forward as it relates to this population. So with that, I just wanted to set the table, and now I would like to turn it over to Susan Nash, who'll do a quick overview of our 3-year action plan.
Thank you, Andrea. Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and members of the council. The aging of our population and the changing demographics that Andrea was just outlining are exactly what led the World Health Organization to launch the Age-Friendly City movement in 2006. And many of you will remember that this movement is not new to San Jose. It certainly began before I came on. In early 2015, there was an effort to move towards becoming an age-friendly city, and this council voted unanimously to approve that initiative in November of that year. San Jose received its designation from the World Health Organization and AARP, which administers it here in the US, in the fall of 2016. Of course, getting the designation does not mean that, you are an age-friendly city. It simply reflects the city's commitment to move forward. And the next step in that is the 3-year action plan that is in front of you tonight. Just by way of quick summary, the Age-Friendly Advisory Council formed in January 2017 has had input into this plan since that time, and there have been multiple community surveys and focus groups to set the priorities, all of which is described in the plan that you've reviewed. The plan is organized into 7 domains. These again follow in broad stroke the template set by the World Health Organization in determining what priorities should be advanced. Cities are given a lot of flexibility in determining how they want to formulate it. And that's why, for example, this plan combines communication, information, and technology, since that's an area that cuts across all of the domains. The plan sets out both what the city is already doing that is age-friendly and what the priorities could be going forward. One of the great things about working on this for me was finding out what is already going on in San Jose that directly aligns with age-friendly principles. It may not be called that, but largely there are so many different initiatives, all of which, just a few of which are here, and I know that this council is familiar with them. Vision Zero, the Digital Inclusion Fund, and of course, the Climate Smart Initiative. I think it's pretty obvious that an age-friendly city and a climate-friendly city have the same goals of better transportation and walkability. So these are just a very few of the many initiatives already underway that are outlined in the plan and that have already given San Jose a leg up in moving towards its goals of becoming more age-friendly. The rest of the plan is devoted to outlining different initiatives in each of the 7 domains to be undertaken as appropriate in the next 3 years. Again, there are far too many in this somewhat lengthy document in front of you for me to outline here. I'll just hit the top 2. Developing an age-friendly webpage, I think, is critical to all of the goals of an age-friendly city. It's a way to engage people, to tell them how to access community services, to give older people chances to volunteer. And of course, another critical component of becoming more age-friendly that we know now more than ever is to bridge the other digital divide, not just for young people, but for older people. Since if we've learned nothing else in the last few months, it's that we all need to have online access in order to move forward. So there are many, many other initiatives and ideas, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I'll just close out by stating PRNS, our leadership role in the age-friendly action plan development was really to coordinate, given our role as the senior center provider through our community center programming. Yet we know that this action plan is full of work of several departments within the city. And next steps, if you move to approve this action plan, we will provide annual reports on progress to NSC, and we'll also, on existing initiatives and any new ideas, departments will be researching the feasibility and the timing of implementation of anything. This action plan is not looking to move anything too major forward at this time, but we do think, as Susan mentioned, sort of rebranding and framing things as age-friendly is an easy new first step. And with that, we will be open to questions.
Andrea, thank you. Thank you for all your work and that of José Covarrubias and everybody at PRNS. And I really want to thank in particular Susan Nash. Now, Susan, you didn't really introduce yourself, so let me do the honors if I could, because Susan is both the message and the messenger, I think, in some ways. And I want everybody on the council to appreciate sort of what's been underway for a few years. Susan, by the way, has served as an Encore Fellow, and I think your term ran up in September, if I'm not mistaken. And you decided you would continue to volunteer your time so that you could see this over the goal line and present to the council. So I want to thank you for that. As an Encore Fellow, Susan is an example of some of the brilliant people who come to our city after having had successful careers on their own. In this case, Susan was at one of the top law firms in the Valley, Munger Tolles. For those of you who are lawyers, you know that firm well. She was a visiting scholar, or is, I believe, at the Stanford Center on Longevity, where she's researching how to help older people become better consumers of online information. And she, came on board to help continue the work of Gen to Gen, and then to integrate that into a larger age-friendly framework and to build out that framework for all of us. And I'm just very grateful first that she would give of her time as she has. Clearly, there are more remunerative pursuits for folks like Susan who have tremendous careers and decide, hey, I'm going to put this aside and do something great for the community. And clearly she has. And really there's a tradition here, and it started a few years ago. And, I think about, for example, Dee McCoury, who was, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Encore Fellow who got the Gen to Gen effort off the ground, who is just an incredible force. She was here for a couple of years. And just grateful that we have people who are willing to say, this matters enough for me to put my career aside and to try something different and exciting. So Susan, thank you for all your service to our city. Very much appreciated.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And I also want to thank a lot of partners, and among them, ARP has been a great partner. I know Fred Buzo has been really hustling for us in a lot of ways, and appreciate their partnership, and many, many others. So we will come back to this discussion in a moment. Let's go to the public first, and we'll hear public comment on item 7.1, Age-Friendly City Initiative. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thanks for this item. I've been talking, I've been coming to public meetings for about 5 years now, and I'm 50 years old and I feel about 102. And, but, from that, there's a lot of stuff I still need to learn. So I'm kind of in a weird space in life, and yourselves have been very patient with me in my attendance at council meetings, what I work towards. And not only that, I have a kind of a, I don't know, no one likes to hear the words plot or mission or project, but, a purpose, I have intentions, and you've been very patient with that. I mean, I talk in a bit of abstract terms, but I always try to bring those abstract terms directly into the subject matter that's being talked about. And I think yourselves are trying to learn to accept that, and that it can be acceptable, and it should be a part of the democratic process. And thank you for your patience in being that with me. Part of my purpose is to make the democratic process at the local level easier to be around and be a part of. It's really difficult for people to be a part of the community process. And we've all been patient with each other to try to develop ways that it's okay to attend meetings and be a part. So I thank you very much for that. And I think that can help. Maybe you can invite older people to the process. And, you know, it's a signal to how we can work on this issue together. And just thank you for those efforts, and good luck in how we keep trying to work on those efforts.
Thank you. Michael Brio. Hello, Michael.
Hi, I don't have public comment.
Your hand's up.
My hand because I wanted to be added as a panelist. I didn't realize.
Michael, you're in the wrong room. We'll get you over in the other room.
I just promoted.
Okay, we just pulled you in. Sorry, Michael. All right. Next city staffer raises their hand, has to comment on public comment. All right, Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. I was just going to read a quote from not St. Francis, but Pope Francis, from his newest encyclical to the bishops, to the community, to teach us. And it's called Fratelli Tutti, Brotherhood for All. We need a community that supports and helps us, in which we can help one another to keep looking ahead. How important it is to dream together. By ourselves, we risk seeking mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Let us dream then as a single human family, as fellow travelers sharing the same flesh, as children of the same earth, which is our common home. Each of us bringing the richness of his or her beliefs and convictions. Each of us with his or her own voice, brothers and sisters all. And I have a dream. And my dream is that women will be moving away from their joining of capitalism in 1970, because what happened is when women went to work, we lost the connection and the threads of our families and our neighborhoods. And the dream is for women to come back into our homes, to take care of our children, take care of our neighbors, and to take care of our elders. That is my dream. And that's what I did with my children. I raised my children. I stayed home and raised them. And then, because I had that orientation of being home, I was able to take care of my mother. And my mother lived with us. And we need to change the modality of how we're living, and that we need to live multi-generationally. And so where the city can come in at this point is that we need to support women to stay home so that we can learn together as a community to live fossil fuel free, to live waste free, to live, to take care of our air, take care of our oceans, and then to take care of each other, because we haven't been doing that. And that is where we have fallen as a society. And if you look at our fossil fuel use, it went up in
Okay. All right, thank you. Returning to council now. I just had one question. I really appreciate all the work that went into this, and I look forward to supporting it. On the subject of digital inclusion and access, what doesn't appear to be explicitly here, and I know that undoubtedly people have discussed it and consider it implicit, but what's not explicit in the action plan that's described on page 29 is around safety from a standpoint of sort of the rapid increase we've seen in the amount of elder fraud online, and particularly with all the seniors now who are probably getting online that maybe weren't before, because this may be their only line to the outside world in a pandemic-stricken country. Is there a way we're going to make that explicit as part of the digital literacy effort?
I can start with that one. I don't like to do the forward-looking part since I will no longer be here, but I will say that certainly digital literacy, as I view it and as many people interpret it, is if we get people online, we need to teach them how to be safe when they get there. So it's all part and parcel of being savvy online, both understanding what you see and how to evaluate it, and keeping yourself and your information safe. So I consider them to be all under that umbrella.
Thank you, Susan. is there value in throwing in a couple words somewhere in the action plan that just make explicit reference to it so that it is top of mind for us?
We can do that.
That'd be fabulous. I don't mind how they're phrased, just as long as it's somewhere in there, because I'm certainly hearing from my friends at the DA's office, there's a real epidemic of that sort going on right now as well. And we certainly want to protect our seniors. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see this age-friendly initiative and seeing us move forward with it. The areas that concern me the most are somewhat related to COVID and the digital divide as it relates to our older adults. Our older adults, many do not have access or want to have access to devices. They're intimidated by them. They don't understand how to work them, and they need someone to teach them. So I'm wondering if, first of all, thank you for your report. I really appreciate it, and I will support it completely. With regards to access to technology, and I see this through COVID as we are continually pushing out messages through technology, social media, but that doesn't connect with our seniors or older adults, as I'm trying to call them, instead of senior citizens. Senior citizens sounds so old, and I being one now, 61, I don't quite feel like a senior citizen. So I feel like an older American. At any rate, and I feel like an older American that is not unusual, or an older adult that is not much different than many others who are intimidated by technology. I had to use Venmo recently to pay my brother, and I couldn't get it figured out. So I gave my phone to my daughter, who's in her 20s, and she easily helped me with Venmo. And, you know, I got my frustrations resolved because she was able to handle that for me. But my experience with technology is not unusual. How can we create an environment where we're communicating with our older adults and not always depending on technology? Is that part of the plan? Do we go old school in our communication with them?
Yes, as a part of the EOC Community Recovery Plan, we do have a empowerment unit, and good old knock and talks. We did it for census, and frankly, it's effective. Again, working with the EPIO, we will work, and we've been discussing budget for mail. Right, these are effective tools that will get to people because we have to recognize that social media, Facebook, all those platforms are not tools used by the population I just laid out. So especially in a marginalized community. So I think we have a variety of channels that we'll use. And I just do want to recognize when we get to reopening and transition and getting back to community center services, we have a robust plan for digital literacy. We received AT&T Tech for Good grants. We were starting, PRNS was starting to move into a really robust digital literacy programming model. But that has to be in person. So that's on pause, especially with this population. So we have a short-term strategy for communication. And then in terms of making people more comfortable with the tools, it's going to have to be in person. And we are looking forward to implementing that when the time is right.
I appreciate that. And that actually leads into my main concern with older adults, and that is the isolation that they may be feeling right now, being shut off, being concerned about catching COVID, not wanting to go out to restaurants like their 20-year-old counterparts or grandchildren. It's not easy for them, and they're very concerned about how illness might affect them. So with relation to isolation, and I also think our teenagers are feeling isolated as well. I'm concerned about mental health as it relates to our teenagers and our middle school kids, and how they are handling COVID and not connecting with their friends. So I have a thought, and that is, how can we, through nonprofits, connect older adults with a tremendous amount of young people who are interested, who have the tech skills, who could possibly sit down with our older adults and teach them how to use, how to set up the internet at their house, how to set up their technology and use their devices at their house, and then create a relationship with this young person and this older person that really creates, as the mayor said, this gen-to-gen connectivity that's really important and valuable for both. So I didn't come to this without suggestions. I came with an organization that we want, two organizations that we might want to talk to, and then encourage you to maybe come back with a plan on how we can do this. And one is through Rotary. Rotary has an Interact Club. Interact is high school kids who strive to do good work in the community. Rotary's model is service above self. It's the same with the Interact Club. And these are high school kids who are looking for things to do. Also, the Kiwanis Club has the Key Club. And the Key Club goes out and does community service as well. But a lot of these kids are very tech savvy and might really be able to benefit. Both the seniors would benefit and the students would benefit as well. And we have the Youth Commission and we have the Senior Commission that is a breadth of information and knowledge in those two groups that we might be able to pull from to create such a program that can really get this going and create and pull away from the isolation that is occurring right now because we're forced to stay at home and shelter in place. What are your thoughts about that?
Fabulous ideas. And I think all very much aligned with where Gen to Gen was heading, again, pre-COVID. And I would also add our teen centers, right? We were looking to link teen centers with our senior nutrition participants. So these are wonderful ideas that we will follow up on. Thank you, Councilmember.
Well, these are all, Susan, do you have anything you want to add?
I applaud that. There are models for this starting all over the country now. There were, before COVID, there was a group, for example, called Cyber Seniors, where kids went to retirement communities and formed relationships while they were teaching people how to make YouTube videos. It's a great documentary if you ever want to watch it. So I think that kind of model is, it can also be implemented during these times when people are staying home, including by phone calls. There's another organization in San Francisco that is connecting young people with older people just by the old technology of the telephone. So, and the last thing I'll say is that you're absolutely right about the isolation of younger people being almost as big a problem as with older people. And so it's a wonderful way to solve two problems, or to kill two birds with one stone, whatever the analogy is. And I know Andrea knows this, but I'm always happy to send resources of what's going on in other places that might help move that along.
Yes, and my team has been working on that. We've been focused on senior issues as one of our policy areas. So anything that we can do at District 9 to work together, I would really encourage you to reach out to us, and we can sit down and talk about things that we can pursue. I have connections at Rotary. I might be able to open some doors over there if that's a thought, or even the Kiwanis Club. That does lead, it's, I think about I think of our own isolation, that we're stuck at home and we don't go out, and the level of anxiety and stress that sets in. But when you're isolated and older and you don't have the tools that others have access to and you're not comfortable with them, we should be able to help them as much as possible. And many of them, they just want to have a conversation with someone and truly you can't get them off the phone. Once you picked up the phone to an older adult, then they start telling you your stories and you ask them a few questions, and before you know it, you've had an hour-long conversation with these people, and it has tremendously enriched your lives on the information you've gained for them, and likewise they from you. Andrea, you talked about going back in person, so and how important that is. And so I want to ask when we are going to do that. When, now that we're in Orange, at what point will we open up the senior centers for meals, senior meals again?
I think because of the vulnerabilities of this population, we anticipate this being one of the last programs to come back online. Congregate meals is probably indoors, is not appropriate, and we'll wait for EOC to make that call. But what I understand is we will also trying to be linking up with the vaccine. So again, I'd like to just manage expectations in terms of that being something that will most likely will not happen sooner.
Okay, that also goes with the physical health of our seniors who want to play pickleball in our gyms and can't get there to do that as well. So I know COVID's a problem. We can't go inside, and they don't want to go inside. They're at higher risk. So just over time, and hopefully the vaccine will come sooner than later. I really appreciate the report. And with that, I will move acceptance of the age-friendly report.
Second.
With the mayor's addition.
Thank you very much. And thank you for including that, Councilmember. Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I've appreciated my time being the liaison to the seniors for the last few years. And it sounds like Pam is.
I want that position when you're
yes.
done.
Yes. It sounds like you're very qualified. I do want to thank our staff for putting together this 3-year plan. It was very thoughtful, and I appreciate their hard work on that. And as a side note, Pam, I wanted to let you know something. In my district, there was a young lady who started something called Teach Seniors Tech, and we got her aligned with the libraries. I don't know what's happened to the program, but at one point it had spread to many libraries, and it was also going into other cities. Does staff know if that program's up and running anymore? I know with COVID it's probably impossible to run, but is that something that's alive at all?
Susan, are you aware?
I did speak with your office about that, Councilman, several months ago, and I reached out to them and did not hear back. So I don't think that they're active. But again, it's another model that's out there for something that could be done again.
Yeah, I know it was in person. It was in person learning at the time. We helped that young lady advance that program. She sent me a letter saying that she graduated MIT, and I'm really proud of her. Anyway, thank you, staff, and good luck with the 3-year strategy.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. So one is I really loved seeing Vision Zero and some of that work in our policy for the age-friendly action plan. And as far as mobility issues and programming issues, in a previous life, I served on the county senior agenda, and there was very robust discussion on what is a senior, right? And the truth is, I know one of my colleagues just said she thinks of herself as hitting that age, but the fact is, you know, Councilmember Foley is quite young, and there are other folks who are much older, who have much less mobility, and that we look at some of the design and programming to adjust for sort of both sets of seniors. I think that's important, and all too often we kind of think of seniors as all one or all the other, and really it's quite a range. It's essentially half of your life, right? And so the other thing is I wanted to bring up, there are some fantastic ideas in this plan. And so I just wanted to raise a little flag, which is we have to remember that a lot of seniors, particularly the more isolated they are, or the more they rely on others for mobility or whatever, are very vulnerable. And whether we look at ride shares or home share programs, that's been an area, background checking folks and having oversight. Those are issues that have always been needed when offering these types of programs to seniors. I'm old enough to remember way back when Project Sentinel had a home share program, and it was some of those oversight issues that led them to make some changes. I also wanted to bring up the digital divide and digital literacy. I think those are hugely important. And also programming, that we have different types of programming, particularly for homebound seniors. If we can find ways to address the digital divide, then we can open a whole world to them once they have the internet. I see that with my own mother, who is not very mobile, but because she's very tech savvy, she's able to do all these things, including her mobility training and things like that at home. And lastly, or two more things. So I think that there's also an opportunity for businesses when it comes to seniors. There are increasing number of certifications around real estate. There are a couple of different types of certifications around helping seniors remain in their own homes. And so there's like a certification that you can get where you can have a real estate agent come in and, or not an agent with a certificate, come in and help you figure out how to make design changes in your home so that you can stay there. Lastly, I wanted to address home repair providers. I think that's a huge issue. I think you've talked about it in the past. My mom had been bedridden, and I had moved in with her for a couple of years to take care of her full time. And one of the things I had to figure out was how to install things. And it's really a specialty. And there's an organization that might be able to help us, give us a little bit of guidance, and that's Rebuilding Together. They do a lot of rehab projects, they do ramps, they do work not just with seniors, but also disabled residents in the city, and I think could offer a lot of expertise in this area. And that's it in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Did you call me?
I did, yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm having such issues with my device. Thank you. I appreciate the comments that Councilmember Esparza just made about the continuum of needs on this age bracket of what now we're referring to older adults. I will not say senior. But although I think we still have a senior commission, so we still have to address that, right? Anyways, and I was talking to one of my older adult residents at an Art Box event this weekend. And, she was sharing with me how she brings in, she typically had at the senior center at Evergreen, it's a very active senior community center. She typically would have a group of, they happened to be women who would come to the community center. They would take walks or sometimes bring in their crochet, and they would crochet. And so they've all been feeling a bit isolated. And so what she started to do was teach those women how to get on Zoom. First, she had to get them on FaceTime, learn how to do FaceTime. And then she had to, build and scaffold their learning that way. And then eventually she got to Zoom. And so, and this is in an effort to stay connected, right? An effort to reduce that isolation that we're all feeling, that we know that this particular, at the one end of the continuum, there's a higher propensity for isolation. Certainly now we're all feeling it, but even pre-COVID, there's a lot of isolation among our older adults. And so I just thought it was wonderful what she had done for her group. And I wonder what we are doing to pivot this 3-year plan and take that into account. Because I love the work plan overall. There's a lot of thought that was put into this. We reviewed it at NSC. Susan, and really sad to see you go as this is getting launched. But your work is going to speak for itself, right? For years. But this upcoming year, I feel like, we're going to still continue to, even if we have some recreation programs for our children and some programming for seniors, although it sounds like, Andrea, we're going to hold off on that just a bit. How are we going to pivot this work plan for maybe a year or so in the following year so that we can take those things into account? So maybe under the digital inclusion, we have within our grantees, something that adds to their contract so that they can do some of this training that this older adult resident of mine was doing for her particular group. She just happens to be just has the know-how, but it doesn't mean that everybody does, right? And so those folks who don't have that resources, who happen not to have those resources, are left in isolation. And so how do we integrate knowing that we're not going to be to full capacity in terms of programming? How are you taking that into account for this action plan? How are we pivoting?
In terms of our operations at the community center, which I think you're speaking directly to, and or with the digital inclusion partnership, we'll work with Jill and the library to make sure that those grantees, we can pass that on to the library who oversees the digital inclusion grants. But from a PRNS perspective, we will continue to monitor and understand what we can reopen and what we can bring back. And I would say that from the senior services team perspective, again, we were lifting and prioritizing digital literacy, digital access, digital understanding. We were emphasizing that pretty strongly. So it's on the back burner for now, but I think we will, when we can, reprioritize that as soon as possible.
And I was speaking in all areas. Oh, Susan, is that you?
That was me. I was just going to say the plan does mention, or does contain as an action item to continue transitioning to virtual platforms as long as necessary, which PRNS has been doing. So there is programming in effect, as Andrea and Jeremy could speak to, on virtual platforms for older people who have Zoom access. The separate hurdle, as you point out. Right. But I know that there is an ongoing effort to develop that program and a recognition that older people are not going to be going anywhere soon. So.
Right. And it's just creating this baseline of connection onto Zoom or whatever platform. We happen to be talking about Zoom because we're all Zooming here. But it could be something else that maybe it's easier for older adults to get on board. Because, I live right next to the villages and I go to many of their events. And when I go to any of their events and I chat up somebody, it doesn't fail. Somebody will always say, I come for the wine and cheese, but the great chats, right? And it might be the Democratic Club, it might be the Republican Club, it might be whatever kind of club, but they just love the socialization, right? And that's really what is at the core of this. That's what's missing. And I really think that we need to establish just that basic skill level for Zooming, or and maybe pivoting some of our contracts with California Emergent or those grantees under that umbrella, so that they can help us get there, because we can't even get to the next step in terms of maybe yoga online if they're not connected, and if they're not feeling confident enough to stay connected, or to be able to get connected. And so, it really just created this awareness for me. This resident did this weekend in terms of just the different age brackets. She said, I'm won't say how old she was, but she feels comfortable regardless of her age. But the younger older adults may be very, very savvy, and the older adults on the other end of that continuum are going to continue to feel isolation. So I think we need to we need to scaffold this a little bit more. And I think we can start with some of those groups that we know about at the community centers, because they used to attend every day, almost every day. We know these groups. And these, I think, are kind of easy pickings, if you will, because when I think about some of those, the more difficult residents to reach, those are not the ones that are coming to the community center. And those are the ones that are really suffering at home. And so, there's going to be different strategies for different groups here. I just hope that we can pivot a little bit in any of these areas to take into account equity. And I already expressed this because I think it's one of the areas that I feel, and I know we're just getting our race and equity department established, and soon enough this work plan will flow with those principles under that department. But I think we need to come back and review the work plan so that it is very much connected to race and equity. Because as we all know, the folks who have more of the resources are going to be the ones participating in many of the work plan items that we have here. And I want this to be an opportunity for all of our older adults, regardless of age and resource, so that they can participate. But job well done. It's no small feat to have this work plan established. So now we get to also implement it and be part of it. And so I look forward to that. And good luck to you, Susan. And thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Councilman Cross.
I'm going to be very brief because all the council members have been very good about stating some of the, I think, the most important elements of this plan. What I did want to say is, and I've said it before, and I'm sure some folks will remember my story. I took care of my aging parents. My father passed away at the age of 93. He had a wonderful life, but he did die of complications of Alzheimer's. The last 10 years of his life, he had a slow decline. And the last 2 years, he was basically bedridden. Because I'm an only child, I was the sole caretaker of my father, my mother, and my husband, and of course, the senator, who would come down from Sacramento almost daily to help us care for my father. So it was a 4-person show to care for someone who was aging right before our eyes and who was quickly declining. And my mother, who passed away from complications of skin cancer, died at the age of 90. Also had a very full life, but again, I was the sole caretaker along with my husband. And the reason why I bring that up is because I wouldn't have had it any other way. this was the blessing that I was given in my life, which was to take care of my parents. And it wasn't a burden in any way. It was my blessing that was given to me. But what was very difficult in the last few couple of years of their lives was, and became very obvious, was that we weren't in a city set up to care for the elderly. So I'm glad to see that we're starting to really talk about it, and that we're really moving in a direction that honors our elderly, acknowledges them, and we're looking to see how we make it a city that is all inclusive, whether you come from an under-resourced community, whether you are a first-time generation person that is just arriving, whether you've been here and have helped build the city, which my parents did. And when I look to see, because of my parents who got here, they were among the first to arrive from a little town in Durango, Mexico. There's approximately, and I've said this before, and it's very shocking, but 90, 93, my father would have turned 101 this year, 102 this year. There's about 19,000 members related to us that live in San Jose as a result of them migrating over 70 years ago, 80 years ago to the US. And so they helped build the city. And I'm very proud of that. Didn't have famous names, didn't have a lot of money, but they worked very hard. And so when we were struggling with them to try and take them out, to try and just give them an outing to the park, what was just very obvious was that it just wasn't friendly for caretakers to make it easier to care for them. And so I'm glad that we also have advocates like Councilmember Camus, who's been on the commission, the liaison for the commission, and now Councilmember Foley, who is eager to take on that role, because I think the senior population has been one that we tend to write off. It's just been a culture that has been, we've written it off. We pay a lot of attention to the cute bundles of joy that we bring home from the hospital, and we figure out how to help develop their brain development and their physical development. And as we get older, we many times don't feel very useful to society. And so thankfully, those things are changing, because as Councilmember Arenas mentioned, how we feel is how we age. And so we don't have a prescribed notion any longer. And we're all getting there if we're lucky enough. My parents were lucky enough to get to that age, and I was lucky enough to see them there. And so it's about how we feel and how we're aging and how we're taking care of ourselves. And we just need to make sure that we are a city that is welcoming of that nurtures those connections, that takes care of our caretakers, because it's a very, it's a huge responsibility with very little respite for caretakers, but they go hand in hand. And I don't think that we can forget that. And I don't mean to speak for Councilmember Arenas, but I know that Councilmember Arenas went through some very similar experiences that I went through as she cared for her ailing parents years ago, way before I did. But for those of us who have seen our parents go, it's painful. It's something that we do gleefully, but we need help. And so I when I watch caretakers, my heart goes out to them, because I know what that journey is all about. I do want to say, Councilmember Arenas, I sometimes join those clubs for the wine and cheese myself, because they've got the best assortment. And so let's not discount that as part of a nice, healthy diet. But I wanted to mention, Councilmember Foley, I'm glad that you got on Venmo. I hope you're on TikTok. And I hope that you're tuning in on Instagram and all those great social media handles, because I do think that it's a way of connecting people. And I do think it's a way of easing the burden of having to do so many other things. You know, I found it to be the easiest thing. Instead of me going to the bank, like my mother used to go to the bank every Friday and stand in that line for hours to deposit a bank. When I get checks now, to just scan the picture, and most people don't know this, to scan a picture and not have to get in a car or find someone to give you a ride, to be able to help people make those connections. The way that technology has advanced, it's advanced in order to make our lives easier and make it more efficient, so that we free up our time and be able to do something else that is that allows us to just spend more quality time, maybe with our grandchildren or our own children, or crocheting, or having more wine and cheese. I don't know, but anyway, so I want to thank you all for the presentation that you just gave, and for all the great questions and the great dialogue. I do think that we don't spend nearly enough time talking about seniors, and yet we're all going to get there sooner or later. Like I said, if we're lucky enough, and we're all going to get there hopefully healthy and strong and active, if we are able to provide an environment that stimulates our brains as well as our bodies. So thank you so very much for that.
Okay, we have a motion. Let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. And thank you again, Susan, and everybody, Andrea, everybody on the team. Now we just have to go do the work. We got the plan. So I want to remind my colleagues, we've got 5 pretty substantial items left here and only an hour and a half to get them done. So let's all do our best to be succinct. We'll begin with 8.1, ratification application authorization for Project Homekey funds. There is a presentation on this item.
Yes, there is. And this is Rachel Vanderveen. I'll share my screen. Okay. All right, so good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. And this evening I am joined by Kevin Ice, the Real Estate Manager from the Office of Economic Development. And we will share with you an exciting opportunity to leverage state funds to purchase a hotel, providing immediate housing solutions for vulnerable homeless individuals. The actions for you to consider this evening include ratifying the submission of the Project Homekey grant application, authorization of the agreement to purchase the Sure Stay Hotel, and authorize an interim property management agreement. Project Homekey is a creative grant program introduced by the state of California to create non-congregate shelter opportunities for the homeless population as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The program provides grant funding to jurisdictions or developers to acquire hotels for use as housing for vulnerable populations. The state utilizes CARES funds for the program, and therefore the funds need to be spent expeditiously by December 30th, 2020. Additionally, the program requires that the hotel be available to house people within 30 days of acquisition. Our team acted quickly to respond to this unique opportunity to invest in the purchase of a hotel, providing new permanent housing for San Jose residents. Kevin Ice will walk us through the details of our Project Homekey application.
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, Kevin Ice, Real Estate Manager with Office of Economic Development.
So to support the city's Project Homekey application, staff conducted an RFP process for available hotel properties, and multiple hotels were identified in the city as acquisition opportunities. The Sure Stay by Best Western was selected for the city's Homekey application because it's competitive in key factors. First, at $186,000 per hotel room, it's available for a reasonable cost, which lowers the cost to the city. And it's in a good location near services and light rail, and it's in a good condition for the price. So the city's application was successful, and the city was awarded Homekey funds in the amount of $12.2 million, which includes $10.86 million as a contribution towards the purchase price of the hotel, and a $1.3 million operating subsidy going forward. So the Homekey process took place on a very accelerated timeline from when the state gave notice of funding availability to when the city submitted our application. It was a period of only a few weeks. So next slide, Rachel. Thank you. So here's an aerial of the Best Western. It's a irregularly shaped zigzaggy parcel located on North 1st Street, just steps away from the Gish light rail station. Next slide. A little more about the Best Western itself. Has 76 rooms situated on a 1.5 acre lot. Hotel has a pool, lobby, 2 conference or dining rooms. The property is under contract at the appraised value at $14,136,000. And the property is being sold as is. The Environmental Services Department conducted a phase 1 investigation and concluded that there are no environmental health risks to the occupants of the building. Next slide. So the Homekey program requires a cost split with the city. San Jose's contribution to the purchase price is $3,268,000. Because of the low per door price of the Best Western, the city is able to really leverage our money through the Homekey program. The purchase includes all hotel equipment and furnishings, including beds, sofas, the TVs and microwaves in the rooms, as well as linens and towels, and large appliances like the washing machines and the ice machines. So this contributes significant value and also allows for a seamless transition to city ownership, and no occupants will be displaced. The county is currently leasing the hotel for non-congregate housing of at-risk individuals, and our transaction will provide for seamless continuity of service provision. The current property manager will continue on for 120 days. This will allow time for the city to go out for an RFQ process to select a long-term property manager going forward. The property management agreement will cost $400,000. There's potential to recoup this cost through the Homekey program, but this is not guaranteed. So staff aims to close on the property by the end of the month, and all due diligence is completed on the site, and we're ready to proceed with closing.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to.
I'm sorry.
Forgive me, Rachel. Did you need?
Sorry about that. I just hit my unmute.
Okay.
I just have a little bit more.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rachel.
Okay. So the immediate use of the hotel will be to continue to provide housing for vulnerable homeless individuals as part of the city and county's effort to house people in motels, one of our strategies to address the housing problem during the COVID-19 pandemic. The housing department will maintain ownership as the property transitions out of the current use into permanent housing for extremely low income individuals. As a part of this process, staff will work with the community to address questions and concerns regarding the current and future use of the motel. The city plans to use the hotel as permanent housing for approximately 5 years. The site is large and is located in an urban village, creating an opportunity to redevelop the site in the future. Based on preliminary estimates, the site has potential for 200 affordable apartments. So as typical with many COVID-19 response projects, the city team who worked on this hotel acquisition stepped up and worked diligently to prepare this proposal. I want to thank Isaac Arona, Kemet Mawakana, and Kelly Hemphill, and also our county partners for thinking creatively about how to address the needs of our homeless population in the best way through this opportunity. And I want to recognize Kevin Ice and Thomas Harris from the Office of Economic Development's real estate team for the outstanding support that they provided to the Housing Department in this transaction. And with that, that is the end of our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. And thanks to Kevin Ice, of course, and to Nancy Klein and Jackie Morales friend, and to everyone for really making this opportunity available to us. And of course, to the governor and the state of California for making these dollars possible. We fought pretty hard for them, I know, several months ago. I also want to thank Scott Green on my team, who really was instrumental in pushing with the large city mayors, we call the big city mayors group, during very difficult budget negotiations that was able to secure hundreds of millions of dollars for this program and a related program for homelessness. Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I have to just turn off my monitor again, just to not have the reverb, sorry. Basically, I have my dream, and the dream is been created with the Earth Shot that deals with climate change. And I will get to the housing issue, because it's definitely a housing issue and a homeless issue of what we're dealing with this. But the issue of our climate, the Earth Shot of Prince William, is to protect and restore nature, clean our air, revive our oceans, build a waste-free world, and fix our climate. So getting to the issue of how I was going to address those issues, the idea is to take our neighborhood and community and start working very locally on these issues. And then it would go viral and spread to the other, spread around the world as it needs to. So, because we all need to work on those issues. So in this scenario where we have a homeless program or very low income, I think that we really need to create, one thing that needs to happen is we have to have a resilient community. So this basically, because the taxpayer is paying for this, it could be a basic, an experiment, a social experiment, and of how we can link these people together. We need to create a neighborhood and a community, and then all those people that live there, they need to be connected. And then that's creating community. And then we need to have them help and work on these issues of that we have to face, and that they could be growing food, that we need to put them to work to grow food, and then to live in a fossil fuel way. And to, this is what we need to be educating them, and so that we create a community based on a sustainability as our, with our taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140.
Do you really think building or having people live in old motels is going to solve the homeless problem? All you're going to get is more people coming here, just like what happened in San Francisco when they opened up their hotels. They got more and more people, and what did they do? They even delivered drugs and alcohol to them. It's disgusting. We don't need to have a homeless shelter and low-income housing in rundown motels that should probably be torn down and turned into something else. You know it. I know it. All of you on city council know it. A lot of the problems stem from mental health. We need mental health hospitals reopened. We don't need more homeless shelters. We don't need hotels turned into homeless shanty towns. I mean, what's going to happen in the new Cambrian Park that Pam Foley can't wait to build when they have these little crappy hotels? What are they going to be turned into? Probably homeless shelters. Actually, I find that kind of funny, because that would be really interesting to see what Cambrian Park Plaza would become. A homeless destination with bums everywhere, crapping everywhere like they do in San Francisco. You guys want to be like San Francisco? You should have your heads examined. And by the way, all of you should be ashamed of yourself of how you're running this city. And I'm going to end this with, you've got some potholes to fill and you've got some roads to pave.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 6262.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Roland. I really briefly want to echo the mayor's comment and give a huge thank you for the team who've made this possible. Thank you ever so much for what you did. Thank you. That's my.
Thank you, Roland. All right, coming back to the council, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of points. One is, you know, this is an actual solution. And so if folks want to complain, then we need to build more housing. I also wanted to bring up the point mentioned in your memo and Councilmember Peralez's memo on the Good Neighbor Plan, and I actually wanted to suggest the so it refers to the Good Neighbor Plan, at Casa de Novo, right? I think that's what it, yeah, de novo. But I wanted, since this is going to become permanent supportive housing, I realize that we don't have control over this process, but because of the state, anyway, we don't have control over this process, but I wanted to ask the county that if we could follow the same Good Neighbor Plan that we have at Renaissance Place, which opened. That Good Neighbor Plan, I think, is a best practice. And it's been in use all of this year in District 7. And it has a few important items. One, I think it's really helpful, as the mayor and Councilmember Peralez suggested, to have regular communication with the community. I have found it really helpful for Renaissance Place. Renaissance Place has quarterly meetings, and then after 2022, it goes to twice a year. People can sign up for an email contact list. There's a website at renaissanceplace.org that has updates. It has contact information. There's a 24/7 phone number, as well as email for folks to contact. There's also on-site signage listing who the property manager is. 24/7 security is mentioned in the Good Neighbor Plan, as well as the county's plan. And there's a commitment in the Good Neighbor Plan to respond the neighborhood concerns emailed to staff, whether it's the property management company or abode, but typically it's property management, that email would be responded to within 3 business days. And then the community on that email list that folks can sign up for, there would be a notice of any major property changes, specifically informed of a change in the property management company or the service provider. And then there's a commitment in that Good Neighbor Plan, a commitment to responsiveness. And an example listed in that is like graffiti removal, for example, that there's a commitment to remove it in 24 hours or less, and there's a commitment to respond within 24 hours to concerns. And as well, lastly, there's part of the Good Neighbor Plans is a commitment to update the neighborhood on construction. So I think that these are all, it's been super helpful. I think we're going to learn every time we do this. And that's been very helpful for the community to have. The second thing I wanted to bring up, again, just based on experience, is that as we include services on site, I realize that we're not going to have parties with wine and cheese. Instead, we'll have space for actual client services, and particularly on-site medical care has been an issue, and making sure that that on-site medical care is available to residents instead, or as an alternative to calling 911 because you need a ride to Valley Med, or calling 911 because you have a medical concern. Instead, you know, it just, all of these things have been learning experiences in Renaissance Place. And I think it would be really valuable as we move forward into this next permanent supportive housing development. And with that, I will leave it to my colleague to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pross?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, as well. And Mayor, to your team, creating this opportunity to take advantage of Project Homekey here in the city of San Jose. We know we have been striving to add more inventory for affordable housing and shelter solutions, you name it, across the board. We've been trying to turn over every stone, and this was just a great opportunity. Certainly, you know, we have tried to take advantage of the crisis by utilizing all resources locally, the county, the state, the federal government, and not leaving any stone unturned. And so I do appreciate all the work that has gone into this. We need a lot more examples like this. And as Councilmember Esparza pointed out, certainly having the first permanent supportive housing development in the city at Second Street Studios, we learned a lot just from that. And one of the components we did not have in place set up there was a good neighbor regularly occurring meeting, a good neighbor plan and a regularly occurring meeting. And so I would agree that has been really helpful, tremendously helpful with Villas on the Park. And I think just an opportunity just to ensure that there is good communication. I know there's a bit of work that has already gone into engaging with the community, but I just want to make sure that we continue that and have that outreach plan with especially the neighboring communities there, Rosemary Gardens, Hyde Park, Rincon South, and would really want to stress having, if we could, a singular point of contact. I think that's been rather helpful as well. But excited for this opportunity. Certainly, again, need a lot more of them. And so I'll move approval of the memorandum that I co-signed with the mayor.
Second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ross, and second, I think, Councilmember Esparza. All right, let's vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Alice?
Aye.
Dip?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Camus?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye. Thank you. Item 8.2, actions related to the temporary emergency shelter operations for COVID-19 emergency response. I don't believe there's a presentation. Is there, Reagan?
No presentation, Mayor.
Okay, great. We'll go to the public for public comment on 8.2, actions related to temporary emergency shelter operations. Speakman?
I think I'll speak on item 8.3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, any type of housing that we're creating is that we need to create a brotherhood and a community. That's very essential, is that we need to build resilient neighborhoods. That is really our challenge as we go into climate crisis, that we know our neighbors and then we can help our neighbors when in terms of the
we're
catastrophe.
speaking only to 8.2.
Right, it's the housing, it's that housing, right?
No, it's temporary emergency shelter operations.
Okay, temporary emergency shelter. What I'm suggesting is that a demonstration project be implemented, that when we do these temporary housing projects that, you know, like you've been talking about in creating social services, that's very, very critical as we, and this is what we need to do in all of our neighborhoods, if we become resilient in how, you know, connecting the people that live there so that they know each other and have each other's emails and their phone numbers and or whatever it is. I know these people are, you know, not maybe don't have phones or whatever, but knowing each other and being able to communicate. And that's a critical part that we need to do in all of our neighborhoods. So creating this demonstration project with, as we move towards creating housing, and that we need to have a curriculum that really connects people to create strong, resilient neighborhoods. And that includes being able to grow food and to become producers, not consumers. And so these types of projects could become demonstration projects of the thing that needs to happen throughout our world, and in starting with each of our neighborhoods, that it needs to be developed, that we create these more resilient communities that are fossil fuel free is what we have.
Thank you. Returning to the council. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for Jackie or Reagan. So we have been sheltering a large number of people during COVID. And I think what many folks don't realize is that a lot of folks have been permanently housed during that time. What is the most recent number that we have?
Since March, we have permanently housed over 1,200 people.
Wow. And am I right in noticing that the number of folks in the shelter have stayed about the same? It's stayed pretty consistent. So one of the things this has come up before is that it looks like we are taking people from shelter to permanent housing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's certainly not uncommon to move someone from shelter to permanent housing, or quite frankly, even from the streets unsheltered directly into permanent housing. It's quite consistent with our housing first model that we have.
Thanks. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is, one, to highlight the enormous amount of work that the city and the county have undertaken, and that it's been effective. We talk a lot about the shelter, but we don't talk a lot about the fact that folks have been permanently housed during that time. And the other reason I wanted to ask that question is that it highlights the fact that we have a countywide system. So, for example, I mentioned in the last item that Renaissance Place, it's the county's largest permanent supportive housing development, is in District 7. And it opened right before COVID, and then during COVID, we've been moving people in. And there are families living in Renaissance Place. There are children from babies to 17 living in Renaissance Place. There are people that moved in straight out of the creek, but there are also folks that moved in who maybe their most recent address was in another city. Maybe it was in Sunnyvale, maybe it was in Gilroy, maybe it was in Cupertino, maybe it was Santa Clara, right? And that we all benefit from having a countywide system that addresses vulnerabilities, that is able to ensure that there's help no matter where you come from. And I bring that up because we have done outreach in that neighborhood, as other folks have done in their areas, where we did abode, did a lot of outreach in that area so that we could get folks who were homeless in that immediate area and show that we could house those folks. And we definitely did that. But we also have folks from this countywide system who are in Renaissance Place, who are in other places. And I just wanted to point that out because this item before us is shelter, but ideally shelter isn't it's not the end, a permanent home is. Thank you.
Thank you. Forgive me, was there a motion?
I will move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Second from Councilmember Davis. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Go.
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
And- All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you, Reagan, for all your team's work. I think moving more than 1,200 people into permanent housing is extraordinary in a difficult time like this. On that subject, 8.3 is ratifying grant agreements with Path and Home First Services to operate 3 emergency interim housing locations. We're proud to see these get built very quickly to provide emergency non-congregate shelter for COVID-19 vulnerable individuals. I don't believe there's a presentation on this. We will go right to the public. Tessa Woodmansee, would you like to speak specifically on 8.3, ratifying the grant agreements with Path and Home First?
Right. Okay, good. So what I'm saying in these, as we, go to support our unhoused community members, that we need for it to be a more comprehensive program to address the issues that we're facing in terms of our destruction of planet Earth and how we're going to rebuild that. And so we have, like I say, this demonstration project. You have essentially a captive audience of people that we're helping. And then how do we really help them to live differently so that they're not adding to the problem as we go forward. And so we do need a lot of education about how to live fossil fuel free, waste free, plastic free. Those are the issues that we have to be facing. And so this needs to be integrated into these PATH programs, these home first services, that we can have this population that needs guidance and needs support from the community. And so how do we get them to live in a way that doesn't injure us? I mean, this is what we need to do with all of our people, all of our neighborhoods, all of our, fellow human beings, as we need to educate them to live, lightly on the planet that doesn't destroy our planet and doesn't hurt each other. So this is where, you have this captive audience. And I think we need to take advantage of this, the generosity that we're doing as a community to help each other, but that we need to really use this time to re-educate each other of how we should live so that we don't keep injuring each other as well as the planet. So it's just a matter of using our resources effectively to take this.
Thank you. Mr. Briekman?
Hi, thank you for this item. What Tessa was saying, I'm in total agreement. This is a very important project, and how to address, what you're trying to house people, and how do you create a community situation out of that? And good luck in these efforts. Obviously, the General Planning Commission that meets once a month, they had some serious debates in July and August about what is the future direction of housing for San Jose. And I just think it invariably leads to the ideas you were already working on pre-COVID-19 that I've been trying to mention here for a few weeks now, just so it can be familiar to yourselves. I lack depth, but you guys, just to make it the subject familiar to yourselves is important, I feel. And that's, how do we start up the process again that we were working on of what can be very low income, extremely low income, and mixed income, probably the most important of all maybe at this time. What can be new ideas in mixed income housing? And San Jose was simply doing a great job with that pre-COVID-19 with the city of Santa Clara. And they really, kept it in their back pocket. It's their little secret, and how are you going to develop those ideas now? The MTC, the major transportation board for the entire Bay Area, they're looking into ideas again of that. They need those kind of questions answered. How can they facilitate, previous state funding ideas to the regional, to the local level? They have to reinvent those kind of ideas, and you guys need to be there to help them and develop what is our future of local communities and what can.
Thank you. All right, returning to the council.
Move approval.
There's a motion from Councilmember Davis and a second from Councilmember Foley. Just had a quick question. Reagan, I noticed that the terms all begin on June 15th, although right now we only have residents in one of these three projects. Why is that?
Thanks for the question. The terms begin in June because we were working with our partners, Home First and Path, on purchasing the furnitures, fixtures, and equipment for all three of the sites. Our nonprofit partners are responsible for furnishing the units, and so those purchases had to be done and ordered in advance.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again to you and James Stagey and everybody who's been engaged in this project, Jim Ortball and everyone, to get these three projects off the ground. I know the governor's team was very excited, and the governor's coming down on Friday to celebrate. So it'll be wonderful to be able to see people moving in. All right, on the motion, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Thomas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, just two items left here in a remaining hour. Item 10.2 is conforming rezoning conditional use permit and tentative map for site along Meridian Avenue and Parkmore and Race Street, also known as the Avenues. There's a presentation. Rosalind, are you presenting this one?
Hello, Mayor. Yes, I have a very brief presentation, and then we also have the applicant on the line.
Thank you.
So item 10.2 is the Avenues World School project that's located at the northwest corner of Race Street and Parkmore Avenue on a 11.9 acre site. The project includes a conforming rezoning to rezone the project site from the Industrial Park Zoning District to the Combined Industrial Commercial Zoning District. The conditional use permit would allow the demolition of existing buildings and removal of 122 on-site trees and the phased construction and operation of a private school, toddler through the 12th grade. The phasing of the school will occur in 4 main phases. And at full school build out, the maximum school enrollment would be 2,744 students and 480 faculty and staff. The campus development would include the adaptive reuse of some existing buildings and new construction, resulting in a total of 7 buildings, including classrooms, a theater, gymnasium, aquatic center, administrative space, and a sports field. The proposal also includes a vesting tentative map to merge 8 parcels into 1 parcel. And an environmental impact report was prepared for the project. There are no significant unavoidable impacts with incorporation of the project mitigation measures. On July 18th, 2019, the city hosted a joint community and environmental scoping meeting in conformance with the City Council public outreach policy. Comments at the community meeting included the timeline for the permits, school operation and traffic circulation, and traffic impacts to the general community. And since that time, there's generally been support from the members of the community for the project. I do want to note that just on yesterday, city staff received a letter from BTA regarding the safety measures around the light rail system, and staff from PW and DOT has coordinated with VTA as well as the project applicant and have coordinated and agreed to additional language that will appear in condition number 47A of the resolution. And I just want to read this into the record. Pursuant to the project's scope of work and anticipated cost sharing articulated above, the permittee shall work with the city's public works staff to implement the safety measures that both the Federal Railroad Administration and the California Public Utilities Commission identified as necessitated by the project, and in response to the city's application for a quiet zone as described in condition 47. This concludes staff's presentation, and I understand Lloyd Nathan is on the line to represent the school.
Great. Mr. Nathan, welcome.
Thank you very much. I believe my colleague's going to share his screen, and I'm going to speak to that. Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Davis, and council members, my name is Lloyd Nathan. I'm the Executive Vice Chairman of the Board of Avenues. Thank you for your time this evening, particularly after a long day, and for considering the approval of our project in San Jose. Avenues was established in 2009 as one school with many campuses, providing transformative, world-focused learning experiences to students around the globe. We currently have campuses in New York, Sao Paulo, Shenzhen, and online, educate approximately 3,000 students from ages 2 to 18, and have plans to have a campus in each of the world's leading cities. Our mission is to prepare students for an unknown future, to be world-wise leaders, uniquely equipped to understand and solve global scale problems. Avenue Silicon Valley will be our 5th global campus and will be located at 570 Meridian Avenue. This San Jose campus will be a major investment for Avenues of approximately $400 million at total build-out. Here is an aerial view of the existing site. As an organization, we're deeply committed to compelling urban design and placemaking. Our team has been working for the last 2 years to create a campus master plan, which we believe will help continue the incredible transformation of both Avenues and the San Jose Midtown area. Phase 1A includes the adaptive reuse of 2 floors of the existing 570 Meridian Avenue building. This is an aerial view of phase 1B. This phase includes the adaptive reuse of 550 Meridian, the remaining adaptive reuse of 570 Meridian, a new covered portal structure connecting the 2 buildings, a gymnasium building marked as building 4, and a sports field and playgrounds. Here you can see phase 2, including a new academic building defining the eastern edge of the sports field marked as building 6, and a rooftop playground at the top level of the parking structure, directly accessible from the gym building. Phase 3 includes the expansion of building 4, which will house an extension of the gym facilities and an aquatic center, and a performing arts building along Race Street marked as building 5. The 4th and final phase of the project includes a 12-story academic building marked as building 7. Local partnership is a core value for Avenues, so we focused on getting to know our neighbors early in the application process, meeting with dozens of local community leaders, businesses, and other stakeholders. We would especially like to thank all of those listed on this slide for their support and collaboration. We are pleased that our master plan is not only comprehensive, but also meets all city general plan policies and will implement all required environmental and project development conditions. With these points in mind, we respectfully request your approval of our project tonight. And before I conclude, Avenues would like to extend a special thank you to the entire city staff team for their incredible dedication to moving this project forward, particularly in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the associated challenges. Thank you very much again for your time, and our team is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. You're in New York right now, aren't you? This is at 2 a.m.
I am indeed, yes.
I'm very sorry. I guess if we've been thinking about this, we would have tried to schedule you at a more reasonable hour. I'm very sorry.
No problem at all. Our excitement for the project has kept us wide awake.
Well, we appreciate your enthusiasm. We're also very enthusiastic. All right, we'll go to the public first. For public comment, again, specifically on 10.2, the conforming rezoning conditional use permit and tentative map. Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is my neighborhood. And the things that I'm having trouble with are that I think we need to build all buildings as arc ecology buildings, and especially with the emphasis of this particular program, which is very impressive, that an arc ecology buildings that integrate always growing food wherever we're building buildings. And so that's very important, that the rooftop should be gardens. There should be gardens and growing in all of our developments. There should be food production, and this is the leadership that you're discussing, but it would bring it to real ground level reality by having food production happen locally on your campus, on rooftop gardens or whatever. And then, of course, there's issues with the neighborhood and the impacts to this very poorly designed neighborhood that's very car friendly, and how much input that it needs on so many of the streets there, from Meridian to Race, bike lanes, separated bike lanes on all major streets, especially Meridian needs it very much so, separated bike lane, and on Race Street. And then, of course, there's San Carlos and those issues that we need to have, the bus rapid transit, to make sure we support a non-car based access to the campus. And that's something that has been on hold and hasn't gone forward. And these things we need to really think radically right now about changing the way we've been doing things. And we need that bus rapid transit. And I say it needs to be electrified and open air. So this is a perfect time to make sure.
Thank you. James Rincon.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Council Member and Honorable Mayor. My name is James Rincon. I actually am in the neighborhood, less than half a mile away. And I am also the current chair for the District 6 Leadership Group and a member of the Buena Vista Neighborhood Association, which is next to this proposed project. And we wanted to let you know that we do support this project. We've met with Nathan and with Sean Morley and the architect, and we absolutely appreciate them reaching out. We want to also thank the Avenues for their commitment to sustainability, reusing existing buildings, and more importantly, also it's by the light rail, and I have seen students from bases use the light rail. So being right next to it is also an addition, something that the students will be able to use. Our friend, the Weber family, lived next to an international school when they were stationed in Singapore, and the vibrancy that the community that the school like that brought to their local neighborhood was an economic boon. So we would ask respectfully that you endorse this project, and know that we know that the Avenues is a unique opportunity, not only for our neighborhood, but also for our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Martin, welcome. Martin, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear because your device appears to be muted.
Sorry. There we go.
There you go.
So thank you, Mayor Ricardo and council members. My name is Martin Chirotarrab. My wife and I own Speed Motorcycles and Triumph San Jose, which is a family-owned business. We opened in 2014. We moved from Florida to open this business here in this great community. And we today employ and support over 25 families. We believe Avenues is a great addition to the neighborhood. We believe that complements very well not only the residencies, but as well other businesses. They are bringing obviously a lot of investment, which particularly in a year like this is fundamental for the city and the country to go where we need to go. Clearly, more infrastructure, improvements to properties, and altogether with the activity of the school, we believe brings an increase of value to the properties of the whole community. Something we like to highlight is the efforts that the school has done in terms of outreach. I personally have worked before this life. In the previous life, I was in the corporate life working for big global corporations, opening operations all over the world. And what Avenues has done in terms of connecting with the community is second to none. It's really, really a model in how to connect from very early stages with the different stakeholders. So obviously we support Avenues to this neighborhood and to the community, and we wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And I remember your opening day just a few years ago. I appreciate your investment in the neighborhood as well. Councilmember Davis, congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve staff recommendations with the additions that Rosalind read into the record.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff and Avenues, especially for working with the community over the last couple of years, especially with the neighborhoods and with CMT as they looked for new space and needed to stay where they were while they're building their new space, and then as well for your during the pandemic when moving was not really a possibility. So they've been a good neighbor from even before they moved in. So I'm very excited.
On my block was to go residential. And so now we have another issue that's come up since we made those changes to our general plan is our, loss of nature and our destruction of our habitat, and that we're losing our birds and our insects and our whole ecosystem. We have to rebuild, we have to save nature, put that on our list of things to do. And so what it is that we do have to put that on our list. And what that means is any open land, which this plot on 615 is open, that it has to go back to nature. And at least it should have either food production or native plants as to create habitat. We need urban sustainability. And so this land is very much part of the Google project. And when we're looking at the Google project that's on all of our, we have to look at it as they presented it. It needs to be very different. It needs to be all housing. It needs, because we're all working at home. We don't need office buildings. We need housing that we work at home. And then we need urban agriculture. We need to be growing food. So this is something that, Google should be buying as part of their development, that they put in a demonstration project like Allery Middlebrook's place on 76 Race Street, and let her take the asphalt and turn it into a garden of heart's delight, because that's what we need to do. We need to make the earth a garden again.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman.
Hi. To talk about item tonight, I mentioned way earlier today about the item about, we have to, with the mayor's worries of, housing problems in the next year, we really have to trust the state level and the funding ideas at the state level. With that said, to speak on a non-item agenda item, there are upcoming decisions to be made about nuclear power and local community energy for next year. Good luck in what San Jose has to do. I feel this is a time to be considering, we have to take our first steps to really consider how we step away from the use of nuclear and how we're financed by nuclear, basically. what steps do we need to take? We can't solve everything in just this 1 year, but just as long as we're thinking about that process. And I think that's an important process to think about the future of local community energy and the importance of renewables. And so I thought I would mention that here. And to conclude, I was cut off twice tonight when I wanted to publicly speak about something. I let it go the first time. With the second item about the gas stations being converted to a 7-Eleven, there's usually a time period that you have to kind of let the gas station sit in an empty space and not instantly fill it up with a 7-Eleven, a food store. That's a bit dangerous sounding. I need to report that. I have the feeling you didn't want me to say that, and that's uncomfortable. I hope we don't do that again. Otherwise, let's hope for a good community for the next few months, and we can get through.
Okay, thank you. Roland, LeBron?
Thank you, Mayor. So briefly to let you know that 9 Bay Area counties now know that the capital of Silicon Valley has figured out how to time council members with a no laptop. It's a breakthrough in technology. I think it worked quite well tonight, but now that we got this figured out, maybe we should be returning the matter back to the Rules Committee for further refinements, specifically what happens after, 5 minutes, maybe a light buzzer, followed by a minor electric shock, or, or whatever else you might think of to, somehow give everybody a fair share at the pie. But otherwise, it was great. Thank you very much and good night.
Good night, Roland. Thank you. The final speaker is the person with the phone number ending 5140.
Hey, getting late there, people. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Sir, I believe you've muted yourself. All right, we're unable to hear you at this time, sir. Okay, I believe the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.